somewhere and you ain't got no lease. I can now if I want to do that, I can move anywhere up here. But if you want to have a
No, you're
lease
right.
and
Yeah.
have a key and be normal like somebody with some good sense, ain't nobody want to rent to you like that. They want to they want to hide behind all these
Right.
LLCs and DKYs, and you don't know what them letters go
Yeah.
to, and then when you don't even know if they own the house. You understand what I'm saying? So
That's right.
when it came
I
down
get
to it, that is why I have not been nowhere else. And plus, when Ketchup did what he did with the rent, I had to use the last money that I had to get by,
Mm-hmm.
with food and everything. He's not on no bus line, and I don't have no car, so I wasn't finna
Mm.
give him the last,
Okay.
couple of $100 out of my pocket and not have nothing. When you done
Right.
let these grown
Right.
burly
Mm-hmm.
men walk around here
Okay.
scratching their balls all day that owe you $4,000 and $5,000, and you don't say nothing to them like you scared. But me,
No.
a female that actually
Wow.
take the trash out, that actually still make sure everything is clean up, you go there with me. I just I'm feeling some kind of way
Okay.
about it. You know what I'm saying? So,
Mm-hmm.
and
I
I ain't
understand.
had this kind of issue in a while, but
I got you.
I feel like him and Ketchup is like together, because it didn't make no sense
Exactly.
on why Ketchup did what he did, and then this happened. You know what I'm saying? And so when I text him about the situation, he didn't respond. You know, like that was even more of a thing. But it's like what he did. It's just a lot of stuff that he did that I really don't want to bore you about. But I just basically wanted to just get your input on it. You know, I had said something to Gwanda, and she was like, "Don't worry about it. Just wait and just go to court." But it is something to me because I care about my credit, all of that other kind of stuff, and just what somebody said just to keep you in a situation. You understand what I'm saying? So I care from that perspective. The law says that if I paid in a certain amount of time, I wouldn't necessarily have to move. It's not that I don't want to move. I don't want to stay here. But who want to stay in a place where you're never feeling comfortable? And like I said, when I sent him all of this stuff from my camera, he didn't respond. He didn't say nothing about it. So I called you to see what you thought about the situation or whatever, because it's been a long time since I've been in a situation like this, and I felt some I just felt some kind of way. You know what I'm saying? So, because of the fact that it wasn't right, and because I know that he did it with evil intentions, because he's very evil. And once I seen what he was doing to me, because I made a video of it, he didn't deny anything that I said. He never said, I don't know, I'm sorry you're feeling this, that. He didn't say nothing. I showed him the bruises, the bite marks, the fleas in my bed, the threats of putting snakes in my room, all of the he never responded. He never said anything. And I said, I just don't understand how you're saying, if you didn't know, then how is it that these people live in your house that are openly aggravating me? You know what I'm saying? They're not going to do things to aggravate me if it's not that way. For example, today is 2025. In one of the complaints that I wrote, I said that the person changed the date on information to make it look like a different time. Then he came in here and took all the clocks out. What is that? What would that say to link to that complaint? It's no clocks in this house, nowhere on any wall. And he turned the main TV off, but that's one of his amenities in the house. But yet and still, he turned it off and took the cable boxes out. So, what would that mean? If there's nothing in here, even the display on the stove, he took that off. So, there's nothing in this entire house. If you don't know what day and time it is, then you just don't know. So, I called to see what you thought because I needed to vent about it and I wanted to see what you thought about it. Um, I wouldn't move to another state right now without having a car. Um, um, and I definitely wouldn't want to keep, kind of dragging stuff around. I don't have a job right now because he's not on the bus line and I only go to school. And school can, if I am on a budgeted plan, school can carry me. I could live off of school. I won't be, you know, rich or nothing like that or have like money to do nothing wild and crazy. But it can possibly if not here it can't. But if I had somewhere that was probably about $400 a month, somewhere like that, which is unheard of, it could probably work. You know what I'm saying? And I could probably make it work. But my limit is like $400 to $500 a month without a job. But his rent is $1,000 a job plus my um transportation on Uber and Lyft and my food is about another $1,000 a month. So that is like $2,000 a month that it was costing me on average to be here. And so the $125 a week in concession that I got from him, that and that wasn't all the time. That started in December and was over in February. So that little 2 months concession was helpful because it made my rent around the amount that I needed it to be. So that was the whole purpose of me doing it. Other than that, I really didn't want to do it at all. But it was helpful. It was very helpful to me. So I wanted to. It's because of he's not on the bus line, and I really haven't found anything. I've been applying. I got two like temporary day jobs that come up like at the end of the month, but I don't have nothing right now that's concrete. I've been applying, but I just haven't gotten anything back. It's either too far or something like that. And so it's a job in that I could take now, but it's too far. So if I was to move or if I had a car, it wouldn't be that bad. So that is kind of like what's going on. Easter told me before when I had talked to her about it that she was gonna help me out, but Easter I don't want to keep saying negative stuff because the last time I talked on the phone. I said too much, and had to ask God to forgive me. But um, I don't nicely put so that I could represent God in my conversation. I don't think Easter wants me to live as good as she does. So she won't ever help me to be on the level and is making as much as she do. She told me she make over $6,000 a month. So she's not ever going to want me to be that well off. I've definitely been trying. I don't know whether I'm not just in the right area or what the deal is. I don't know. But I'm just not having the best effort when it comes down to jobs. I got a tentative offer from FedEx, and I never got the date to go to work. I was kind of excited about that, and I definitely should have passed the background check because I passed the background check to work at the airport. So if I could work at the airport, I know I could work at FedEx because the airport make you do fingerprints and everything before you could get the job there. So I don't I don't know what the deal is with FedEx, but I got a conditional job offer for 20 to 25 hours a week, which would have been okay. That would have still allowed me to pay rent somewhere. I would have just moved into a hotel if for that, and like I did in Amazon, and just paid like I did in California, and just paid the rent out of there, like I did in California. I moved to a hotel and paid the rent out of my check at Amazon, and so and I lived and ate off of what I made on Uber Eats, and so that's how I lived in California. So I don't know. I'm trying to see what it is. I just don't like. I don't want it. I don't care nothing about that part. I don't care nothing about that he filed. I care about. I don't want nothing on my credit and how to get it off, and that to not have nothing on there, no type of judgments or nothing. I care about that. I don't, and I feel like he did it because I care, because other people that I know from talking to him that he done let people live in his houses, sell drugs out of them, be strippers in the rooms. He done, and he has told me out of his mouth that dude owe me over 8,000. This dude owe me 4,000. This dude owe me three, and I just owe him 1 month of rent today, and he know why, and I have been in communication to him to tell him when. So to me, it was just done because he evil. Period. And because I called code enforcement on him. Now I meant to see if code enforcement ever came, because I don't know about that, because sometimes I'm asleep early in the morning, because I was like, I don't know what gave him the extra boost to go do it, but because I did file a code enforcement complaint on him, and I sent them pictures of it. Hmm. It was something like that. Um, it was like 20. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was somewhere in there. Um, it is figuring out where I'm gonna go, and just that I don't want anything messed up on my credit that I had to work so hard to get off, because it took me a long time to get here, and he is one of those petty evil men that, like, if somebody, you ever like somebody know, like, he rents to trash or a lot of ghetto people that that would live in East Augusta. And so when you got them kind, you just be expecting for them to just leave out your room at any time. For example, the last girl that I cleaned the room out of, they had lived there and hadn't paid him rent in a whole year, and he never said anything because her boyfriend um, did little odds and end jobs for him, so he never said anything about them. But when it came down to me, it's like I said, I felt that it was because he knew that I cared. And so, no, it's not so much as it's, um, it's not so much as it's the point of, it's just a matter of where I'm going. And then, um, I don't like to move around a lot. So finding somewhere else, um, that's another one, uh, and somewhere where I'm not with a lot of men, or somewhere that I could feel safe, or somewhere that I could get into on my own, because I also feel like I really don't need to um necessarily be in somewhere, um whatever, that type. If you got an eviction, yeah, nobody's gonna rent to you, nowhere. If you find somebody that will, they're gonna charge you. If they do, they're gonna charge you 2 or 3 times the amount of the deposit. If they do, but most of the times they won't. That's a flat out, yeah, that's a flat out denial. They won't even consider it. You could get, now, because this is Atlanta and they mainly rent to anybody with money, they're just going to, it'll be, you'll have to go through like a private owner, or either I'll have to pay him whatever he said. But if there's any type of judgment from the judge in it, it's going on my credit. If it's paid off and the judge doesn't enter anything into it, and he don't put no record to it, then it's fine. But if the judge puts anything to it, then it's they're gonna deny it. Yeah, it goes on your credit. Even if you pay it, they don't care. Even if you pay it. And I had started to file on him first. If I would have filed on him first, it would have been better. But at the same time, it still would have been the same. If a judgment is ordered where you owe another company, it just won't. It just won't. So, and I think that's all I'm mad about, because I was working so hard to get on my feet, to get like that next level, like when I did move from here, like moving to a bus line and then getting a job and getting on my own. That was my next thing. So, and because I have given so much of information to him, he knew what to do to be annoying. Like, I'll make sure she can't get nowhere else to stay on her own, you know. And I'm just tired of these rooms for rent. I'm telling you, they're just, a lady was telling me the other day. She was like, you could come out and stay in one of mine's a room, and I was just looking like, the only thing with that is, like I told you, they be charging you an arm and a leg because they not registered with the Internal Revenue Service, and it's just a quick lick for them, and they don't have want you stand there, and they want to give you rules. They tell you the ad will be something like, "We want you to have a full time job and no company, and we don't provide no leases. This is just a month to month or week to week, and we'll be in to let you in." They don't want you to have no keys. They don't want to give you no receipts because they don't want you to have nothing to take to a court. He didn't even have a lease. I'm anxious to see what he took down there to the court because he ain't had no lease. He gave me a blank piece of paper and wouldn't fill it out because he didn't want his signature on it. So I don't know what that is. Well, I am definitely countersuing. I had already had my complaint filed. I was waiting on him, and I had said if he do, if he do, if he don't, he don't. But I'm definitely countersuing him for 15,000. I do need to have my bills and my damages in response to that. But I'm definitely suing him for that. The way I've had to. What you want?
Get a minute.
Hold on. Okay.
Just gonna scramble some eggs, some of the sausage. I was looking for the bacon. The bacon is gone.
I'm gonna be off the phone with my brother in 1 second. I did not touch it.
I know.
You want me to look in there and see if it's somewhere else?
I looked everywhere in there.
But when I put the stuff up from the grocery store that you got, I really didn't see no bacon.
It was. I saw it Saturday.
You did.
Yeah.
It ain't dropped out in the car.
No, it was in the refrigerator.
I promise you, I did not cook one bit of it.
I saw the package in here. Someone else took it out. But anyway, I got some sausage in here. I got some eggs, if you don't mind scrambling up some. I did me some grits. And here, that's what I felt like.
Okay.
I already got my grits right here. But the eggs, if you don't mind, because I ain't got no skillet.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So, that's what. So that's what it was. So, that was my one of my neighbors that live in here. This man, he asked me to scramble him some eggs and make him some sausage because he ain't got no what you call it. So that's pretty much what it was. Um, so that's I think that's just what it was when it that as far as like with finding somewhere, that's the only thing. Other than that, it's nothing else that's no biggie. Um, Nothing that's major. It's really that. It's just the fact of um, finding somewhere and um, somewhere that, like I said, like that part that I'm not taking advantage of with that, with the housing part and all of that, and finding somewhere where I could go and all of that stuff. I asked Gwanda could I stay at her house for a couple of days, and she said no. And I don't know whether it was because Deer is there or because what? Now I'm thinking this, if I was to go down there, I cannot remember how it used to work when um people used to, oh yes I do. Yes I do. If I leave before it is time to go to court and I notify the judge that I'm gone, it will not be, and I notify the court that it's gone, it won't be on my credit. But because the judge hasn't had to do a judgment on anything, the person has to then come back down and file for a judgment. If they don't file for a judgment and writ of possession, then it goes to your credit. So basically, what that means is he filed today. So that meant I got until they come out, and it depends on how busy they are. If they come out right away and do it, let's say today is Monday. If they came out and served it, you got 7 days, not business days, from that to answer it. And then it's set for a court date, which is usually within of 30 days. Depends on how big booked up they are. So if you leave before you answer, there's no judgment. The person has to go back down to the court and then file for a judgment, and then it goes on your credit. So I still have that option. So if I found somewhere else to go in a couple of days, then I still have that option and it won't be on my credit, you know. So I'm going to file countersuit on him. That's my best option. Countersuit. And then, worst case scenario, I don't win my countersuit. I need to prove at least $1,000 in damages, which because that's what I owe him. And if I do that, then there's no judgment, and I'm still good to go from there. So, and there's nothing issued in that. So, and then if it's a countersuit, the judge may say mediation. It just depends, because if I'm still on the property, the judge will want to answer him to get me off of the property or to get his money. Or if I'm not on the property, the judge may say mediation. You understand what I'm saying? It just depends on what he said. Yeah. Yeah. It depends on what he said in the complaint. I didn't read it and I don't know what he said because I hadn't got it yet. I just worship the Lord, and the Lord don't allow nothing to sneak up on you. So the Lord told me to check it online, and I did. So I did. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. They do, but you ain't all the time located next to them. This train and the bus um is about, what is it? It's about 35 minutes walking from the house. Yeah, that 35 to no, that's just to the bus stop. That ain't to the train. To the train is over probably about 2 or 3 hours walking to get to the train. If it's that not that, it's about, I tell you what, it's about um the train station from here is about between 10 and 12 miles. So it's a good bit to to walk. It's not walkable. I mean, I'm sure somebody have done it, but it's not feasible. And the bus stop is 35 to 40 minutes away. And I do walk that sometimes. I did it last week. I had to go and file on catch up. So I did it last week. So Mhm. 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 It's not. It it's not. When I first moved in here, ketchup was more helpful and supportive, and I, had a little bit more with the, like I said, the alimony. I had a transportation budget, so I would leave out of the house 2 or 3 days out of the week to go handle business. But for the most part, I just tried to limit myself to um, you know making things that, making it work from that house, even when it came down to ordering, because it is very, very expensive. Um, Trying to, you know, eat or walk or whatever, it's expensive. And so I would cook and save food 2 times a day. I mean, cook every other day. And I just started doing that because Uber Eats got so bad with, you don't know if you're going to get your food or not. I mean, you literally don't know. I would have so much anxiety. I would literally go stand out on the curb and record it because they would steal my food so much. I lost about $80 one week in Uber Eats, and I filed a Better Business Bureau complaint on them because they would do that, and because you live in a black neighborhood, they would think that you stole the food, and so I would, just because the person said they brought it, don't mean they brought it, and so they would steal the food, and I wouldn't get it, and I was losing money like that, so I started making videos of myself and sending them to Uber Eats and uploading the stuff to my social media page. And so eventually I started getting my food, but then when I started getting my food, then the quality of the food wasn't right. So I just cut it out. And now I cook or don't cook. Um, but I buy, if I go to the store one day, I will go every other 2 days or something like that so that it budgets me and I can be on a budget. Especially since ketchup haven't been giving me no money. And he hasn't said anything else about the situation, which is weird. Hmm. They didn't. He did. They haven't gave me one yet because I haven't even did the what you call it yet. Yeah, I haven't even did it yet, so I don't know. But um, so I don't know, and I've been thinking about, how do I really want to do this. I think it's bad, but I don't think it's bad because I like I said, I'm going to file a countersuit, and I think he did that too because that's what the girl did in the that was in the same room. He just, to me, which was one of the girls that I complained on. So one of the people that I had a complaint with, and he did it at the exact same time that he filed eviction on her, the exact same time. So this month on the 20th, they went. So allegedly, I didn't see no kind of paperwork around here, and no kind of writ of possession was put on the door. But he told me that they agreed for her to be gone on April the 20th, and it's April the 14th. So he did it at the exact same time. And that to me just says that that's just weird to me. It just is. So, but you're right about me having to do that so that it it puts me in a position um to what you call it, figure something out. You know what I'm saying? Mhm. 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 It that is what the biggest thing have been so far. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's been literally trying to get myself together and find something that worked for me, um, and that could, that I could build my life over. I'm not stupid. I go to school. I make good grades. I don't have issues like that. I catch up just, it's like I'm trying not to cry about that part, but it's like he just did stuff that he hates me, Carrie. Like he say he believe in God and all of this stuff, but no, that man hates me, Carrie. Like really, really, really bad hates me. And you know how when you, like how that you felt about your ex-wife, but you are letting it go and you're not holding anything against her. That's not catch up. And so if it was the opportunity to, he just want to like keep getting me back, and I don't even understand like what for, because he has like a great life. He moved on and didn't miss a beat from this divorce, nothing at all. Matter of fact, when we was divorced, they was giving him $900 a week in COVID pay. He came up and had $3,600 a month, living in his mom's house with his dad paying the rent, and was not paying no bills. Yes, he got 830 something, almost $900 a week in COVID pay because churches was closed. So, and he was a legit musician. So they gave him almost $900 a week in COVID pay. And I was there for like the first couple of weeks that he got it. And then he left me and went on, got rich, I guess, in his mind, and didn't want no wife no more, and went with that, the girl that he was with. But yeah, he was getting that much money, and so he's never missed a beat as far as um not he's had everything that he could possibly want after this divorce, and I haven't. I've had to work hard and be homeless and go through so many crazy ways of trying to live and survive, and he haven't. He's had everything and then some, and was going with a young girl with kids that got like $7,000 in income tax when he left. So when he left from dealing with me, he was rolling in money, and I wasn't. I was. in a truck, and he wouldn't even get the tag for it. That's why I went to the impound. So, um, what do you say? Mhm. 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 Okay. Okay. That's true. Okay. 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 I appreciate it, and thank you for taking my call. I will. I'm gonna work on that and do what I gotta do, and be looking for somewhere like you said, and just be preparing to take the baby steps. Okay. Okay. Well. Okay. Call me and check on me because I have not heard from you in a few days. You ain't called. Okay. 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 Love you too. Talk to you soon. Bye bye. Oh my God. If Sharon was a boy, if Sharon was a boy, the picture you just sent me, sir. Yes, I said if that he don't look just like Sharon to you. God, Lee, how old is he now? Oh, he looked that boy looked just like Sharon on that first picture you sent. Twins. He do. He got, but Matt. That's because I think Maddie do, cause she got cheekbones and stuff like your mama. That could really be her daughter on the low. Okay. What you doing? Sound like you out and about. No, I ain't got nothing to say to nothing and nobody. That sound fun though. That sound fun on the low what you do. Cause you get to go to you pick your area. You pick your area. You take your own area. Really? So Bertrand, what happened if they don't have it? Are they gonna get it? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So they have attainable goals, so you know they gonna make it. Really? Uh huh. Really? So look, let me ask you this question. So, when you first come in, just asking you as an example, what is the amount that you have to pay a day? Okay, so you provide everything in the house they need, from food, soap, all of that. Okay. So everybody on your team be making they go. Really? So if they want to go to the store or something like that to get something, you're stopping by the store too. Did you say? Did you say long as they ain't tarrying? I am over it. Make haste. Wow. She did. She had. You was definitely hanging curtains and doing all that stuff, and you was that. You could do it. You could do it as bad. You could do it as good as she could. She taught you real well. You know how to decorate real well. so so they getting a real good treat with you being they they house, yeah, they getting a real good treat because you know how to cook, decorate, all of that. you he put you. I would tell you one thing
that man put you in a job where you really are thriving. I am so proud of you because you usually don't. You'd be done got bored, and you found you something that's a challenge that you could still be an authority, and that works for you. It really does. It works well for you. Yes, any position of authority, and you got a little car to drive, and you got that's gonna work. Bertrand gonna get in there and shine, and you can holler, and you got somebody to boss around. That's gonna work. Yes, that is right up his alley. All of that's gonna work out great. You gonna get up early in the morning, John. You gonna get up early. You'll be up at 5 o'clock. Yeah, and you get money every day. John, you, every day. That child he knew, they knew what to do for you. They knew that is working out for you just fine. That is work. I can't think of no other job that could really. Yeah, it's working out for you because it's hitting all your good character traits that you like, from moving around to it. Yes, yes. Really? Mhm. Mhm. You gonna be like, come on. You gonna be like, come on. Yeah. I definitely don't see that you having no problems. He's giving you, it's entertaining to you, and you got sheep. You got sheep. 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 Yeah, you tending the sheep. You got people to keep in line, and you responsible. You like that because you like authority. Yeah, you got sheep. You the shepherd out there every day. Yeah, and you like that. You like that. I can hear it all in your voice. You love it. I'm proud. I'm proud. And when you got that authority, that make you more confident to go make your goal. It really do. It really do. It make you way more confident. I know you don't, cause you know you got keys. You ain't no bum. You got a good place to stay. Did you say? Did you say you walk in overflow every day? Every day. Yes, I know. I'm proud of you. So that's your responsibility to. That's your responsibility to save it. I said that's your responsibility to save it. Okay. All right. Well, I'm not gonna. I don't know, but I'm not gonna hold you. I love you.
said it sound like I need to do what? It sound like I
It
need to
sounds
do.
like you need to come to the ministry so you can get a new device.
Child, y'all ain't ready for me. I do need somewhere to stay.
Oh, we ready for you. We love people like you.
I ain't.
Well, you better come to the ministry and stay until you get, you know how to,
What's it?
huh?
What? How do I get in?
Why your phone coming in and out like that?
How, what? Call him and let me talk to him. Call when you get home. How do you want me to call him on my own, or you gonna call him when you get there? I mean, you gonna lose some weight. I done seen them people one time. This girl was crying real bad when I seen it. That was the first time I seen it. But they do it up there in California. They was doing it at the Home Depot parking lot. They be in like busy parking lots. So you got room to go get you something to drink. It's not like you bored. You be out meeting people. And I'm pretty too. He'll say, golly, she pretty. And I know the word too. He'll be like, how did I get lucky to get both of them? Oh, I wouldn't care. I wouldn't care. It's not like that. I'm not talking about like that. I ain't talking about like that. But people like it when you're pretty. Yeah, people just like it when you're attractive, period. And they probably be anxious to see where you get it all from. Yeah, they probably be like, I wonder what the rest of his family like. But I don't know. That I would definitely talk to him because I do need somewhere to go. I have to. All right, do. I want to talk to him first, and just on my own. You're my nephew, but it's just business for me to just talk to him on my own and to ask him anything that I want to talk to him about, like just on my own, and just to see what he say. All right, bet. Let's go. Run it. Uh huh. Uh huh. All right. Thank you. I'll text you back when I get off the phone. I'll give you time to get home and get situated. All right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I am. And by I'm gonna wait till after you text me to say go ahead and call. Okay.
Okay. Okay, bye.
Yeah. But I'll text him and see if he call me back. If he don't, then I will do either or. I'll text you back. I'll give him a little bit. I've been to. Now that you say he didn't, I'll just text him and see if he called. If he don't, then I'll take the next step. I'll give him about an hour or so, and then text him back. It's still early. Maybe he getting in. Okay, either one. I'll text you back and see if he. Yeah, either one. I'll text you back. Okay, bye. How you doing? Who am I speaking with? Wait, you said that way too fast. Everything you said was one word. One word. Okay. Okay. You are speaking with Crystal Ketchup, and I am 48 years old. My last name is Ketchup, just like the sauce. Yes, I do not have a drug or alcohol problem. I am just going through a divorce. Um, um, and my husband is a minister of music, very successful, and he did not um, do exactly what he should have done in terms of my alimony. And so it's causing me to be in a situation where I'm vulnerable to displacement. And I called my nephew to just talk to him on just a different level to see how he was doing. And he mentioned your program to me again, which he has done several times. Um, I am several times. I told him that I have never seen him so devoted to anything and so motivated. He is extremely motivated, and I think it's because he has a position of authority, and he is it. The job is new every day, and he's not the type to get bored. He doesn't like to be bored, and so there he has a lot to do and a lot of responsibility, and that causes him to thrive. So when I talk to him on the phone, he sounds very happy. He says that he exceeds his goals every day. And so he was very happy today. And so he said, you should call him because he would love to talk to you because I always tell him that my auntie. And so I said, well, I'll call just to see because I told him, I said, I don't want you to really sell me on it or tell me about it. I kind of want to hear it from, the boss's mouth so that I can develop a non biased approach, and I can ask any questions that I may have. And then, we can have a conversation and then go from there. My biggest thing was letting you know that I do not have any type of drug issues, no law issues, anything like that. It definitely sounds nice, and it. I was thinking as you was talking, I hate to. I don't want it there to get off the subject, but it sounds something like a plan that God gave me when I went homeless. I heard about your background. Mine is that when I never been without anything my whole life, I was what you call an early achiever. And so I went from driving a Land Rover and all of this stuff, living in a predominantly white people neighborhood, to being on the bench in California with absolutely no place to go. And so when that happened, I knew that God allowed it to give me something other than what was out there. And so I was going to school to be a psychologist. So I started writing um, programs to help people, and I wrote my own. You wrote Miracle House of Hope. I wrote CORE, CORE, which is Care, Opportunity, Restoration, and Involvement. So I wrote my own similar to yours, restoration and involvement, because you have to care for them first, offer them an opportunity, and you have to restore them, and then they can evolve. Most people just expect for you to come into somewhere. Yeah, they have to, they will evolve once you give them care, the word of God, and give them peace and substance. You offer them an opportunity, and when you offer them the opportunity to restore themselves, they will evolve. You know, once we come into the ministry, what did God ask the man that laid on the side? He said, "Do you want to be well?" So most people out here in the street want to be well, and they don't know how, and they don't have the means, and no one cared enough to ask them what happened. So in my program that I wanted to build, it's core because we care enough about you to ask about what happened so that we can offer you an opportunity based on biblical principles to restore you back to the place in which God originated you, not to where you created yourself, but where God put you. And that's restoring you in the word of God. And then from that point, we expect for you to evolve. Love it. Love it. Every time I say that, I'll be like, girl, what are you doing? You are missing it. Like, it's so many people need you. But I was listening to what you said, and every time I hear somebody say that, I ask God, what am I doing? What am I missing? Because it's almost like you're doing what I'm supposed to be doing. But my husband in this situation that I'm in, or my ex husband, has caused me to be here. And so I was listening while you were talking to say, I need this man, but how can you need somebody? And God has that same ministry in you. You understand what I'm saying? And I just heard that last night on Frank, huh? I just asked myself that last night. I was listening to Jensen Franklin, and he was talking about dreams and visions, and that God would put something in you. And so when I got in there, nobody believed that I was homeless, that looking the way that I looked, and not being on drugs, and not being a prostitute, and not running from the law. No one believed that. And so I was just in school with a 4.0 GPA. I'm very smart. It just happened because of this divorce, and I didn't have the survival skills at that time to make it. One thing just fell after the other. Long story short, I have plans for my life. I'm not a loser, and I know that God has something for me. It is. It is. It is. I'm tired of resetting, but it is. And hmm well, Bertrand likes it. I'm in Atlanta right now, and I will probably be looking to make a decision as of what I'm going to do. I just applied for a job, and I don't know if the job is going to come through. If the job doesn't come through, then it would definitely make more sense to do something. I don't want to be back in a homeless situation again. I want to avoid that if all possible. For sure. I just believe he will. I've for sure. That you better say it, child. Nobody likes to hear that, but that is so true. I always say everyone wants the promises, but no one really wants to go through that cocoon period, where you're in the process of. But no, your play sounds great. Let me ask you this one question from a legal financial side. I bet you have never had this question before in your life. Um, what do you do in terms of if you make over that? Do you turn that in and does that count for the next week? I know you said that you could keep it and it's for you to pay your. Okay, now how does that work at the end of your fiscal tax year? And I'm only asking you that because I was going to school. I'm going to school to be an accountant, and I used. Okay, okay. I just wondered. Okay, so you're not out there like an independent contractor or anything like that. If the police or anyone was to ask, okay, and so it works just across the board. No, that you answered it. So that works across the board. So you go out and then they teach you how to do it, and then and it works from there. And how long is it? And how long is it? Okay. And how do I get there? That's the last question. Really? I said, really? You said he had been there 14 years, and then right before you said that, I said, how do I get there? And then but I think you were talking when I said that. Okay. And how soon is that? Okay. I like how you said that. You was like, whenever you come down. Okay. So I'm going to wait and see if I hear back from this job. Do I need to like speak with you more than once, or to like touch base with you, or do I just? All right, sounds good. Thank you so much. And if I want to call you again, who am I asking for again? Tell me your name. You did. You did. I thought I didn't know if you told me your last name or not. Okay, so cool. All right, I got you covered. Thank you so much for calling me back. Did you need to tell me anything else, or was that it? Oh, and what? How does the how does the house work, Pastor Bruce? How does the house work? Is it lady and men, or how does it work? Okay, okay, sounds good. Okay, okay, all right, sounds good. Okay, so it's that so they live in the same house but upstairs and downstairs, and they go out together on teams. Is Are the teams co-eds too, or it's just mainly um sometimes? Okay. Okay, all right, sounds good. And then, okay, well, I think everything else is pretty much self explanatory, and Bertrand pretty much already covered it because I've been talking to him for a while, and so he's pretty much told me everything you can imagine. So, and he's very comfortable in his position over at his place, too, by the way. Okay, All right. Well, you can expect to hear from me soon. Okay. Thank you so much for taking my call. I hope you have a blessed night. You too. Bye bye.
Yeah, what's going on?
Chloe,
What?
you are one sharp needle.
You are one sharp needle.
That is so funny when you said that man told you that. I could laugh about that, but I don't know. Every time I think about it,
One sharp needle. You understand, Christian man?
that man, oh, you talking about all that? No, I done went on somewhere else. I was just saying, you don't remember what the man told you? And it's not. That's yours.
Huh?
That's yours.
That's not my phone. That's your phone.
The man said, it's the same, exactly the same thing that you said. He sounded like God delivered him from something serious.
What he said?
He said, "I'm coming up. I get ready." I guess I guess if I was like just out there in the street, that would have been. I don't know where he was when I was in California. He had nowhere to go. Child, I was trying to get somewhere when I was lost. Um, he taught me seriously. Just whenever you ready to, he said exactly what you said. Whenever you ready to get on the bus, he said, whenever you ready to get on the bus, and I'll get you here. Don't worry about none of that. And I said, all right. And I said, I just applied for a job. I said, let me see if I get it or whatever. And he was like, don't worry, God will provide for you. And then, and then I was talking to him, and I said, I was listening to you. He said he told me about the whole program, and I said I was just listening to you because I just heard a word last night on dreams and visions, and I said when I was homeless and I had nowhere to go, I just had thought of a program similar to yours called CORE, Care Opportunity Restoration and Involvement. And he was like, "Oh, I like that." And he said, "What is it?" I said, "Care Opportunity Restoration and Involvement, CORE." So you're going into core. And he was like, really? I like it. And I was like, and so I said, I came up with it and it's similar to yours. It's just different. Everybody had their own place to live and they working on individual things rather than as a team because everybody don't have the same needs. Long story short, so I said, I came up with that. I said, so listening to you, I said, I don't know. I feel some kind of way because I have that same drive and that goal in me. And so I'm like, what do I do? How do I need help? And I have this ministry in me. And he was like, well, you don't have to worry. God sometimes allow you to just do something to till you get through. Maybe you just going through the wilderness until you get to where you need to be. And he was like, but you ain't got to worry. We will definitely get you here. He told me what the goal is. He was like, you really don't have no time limit to leave. He was like, you could stay here till whatever. And he was like, he was like, you could stay here till whenever. He was like, it's 9 months, but he was like, I got people been here 14 years. And he was like, I said, I ain't never been on no drugs and that like that. And he said, you ain't gotta be. He said, you could just be homeless. And so I told him, I was like, well, that's what it is. He said, we take anybody and everybody, ma'am. And he was like, I try not to turn nobody around. And he was like, this is how much it costs. And he was like, and that's because you ain't paying for nothing. He said, and I feed you big meals all day. He was like, you eat every morning. We eat a full breakfast. And he was like, and you go from there. And he was like, and that's pretty much the way that it worked. And he was like, from the time you come in, you taken care of. He was like, the ladies live upstairs and the men live downstairs. And he was like, and that's pretty much the way that it go. He was like, so if you came, you would just be living upstairs with the women and the men live downstairs. And so he was like, so if you interested, he was like, does this sound like something that'll work for you? He was like, we'll train you on what to do. And he was like, you keep all your money. And he was like, because I asked him, I was like, well, what do you do? Is it a 1099 or what do I file at the end of the year? Because I go to school and this, that, and that. And he was like, you do whatever you want to do with that. He was like, you don't have to worry about reporting nothing because you are under me, under my 501c3 with my nonprofit. And so he was like, you don't have to worry about that. So I was like, okay. And he was like, anything over you, you get to keep it, and that's what you use to balance, yourself, pay your phone bill, anything that you got to do, anything that come up. He was like, and you pretty much take it from there. And he was like, but you can pretty much do whatever you want and go from there. So I said, okay. And so he was like, whenever you get ready, the door's open, if you want to come. He was like, when do you think you want to come? And I was like, well, I'm trying to wait and see if I get this job. If I don't, then I'm definitely going to call you. I said, do I need to touch base? He said, no. He was like, not really. He was like, whenever you come, we will do whatever we got to do to get you to the train station, to get you the bus. And I was like, okay. I said, sounds good. And then that was that. And so that was it. We got off the phone. So
I told you long time ago. I told you long time ago. The man said you can come here. Now this is what I'm trying to say. If you already know what the circumstance gonna be, you don't know the outcome of that job, but if you know this sounds like something you get my nephew is sticking with it. It's something. It's structure. It's something that we need. I don't have no worries. I'm not telling you. I don't have to worry about nothing. I don't have to worry about nothing. Like just a few minutes ago, when I came into my apartment, because I'm the house lead over here, and then over there, the other apartment is a man named Mr. Steve. He been here 5 years. But Pastor know, okay, he got these white people. Before we all came, like before he found me and some other black people that's in charge, see, he know how they are. He said he can wake up every morning knowing that they're going to be here. But he know they got streaks of racism in them, some of them. But at the end of the day, he said, Bertone, I really need you over there because when it's all said and done, that little man can cause some chaos over there, and a lot of people want to beat him up in there. So with me being over here, if somebody come report stuff to me, what's going on over there, I just go right on over there in the house. Because my band say Miracle Hospital leader. Now he got a man named Andrew who lives in one of his apartments their children and stuff be over there sometimes. Him and his wife live over there. But the apartment is in Pastor Bruce's name. So he married them. They completed the program. But and the wife done graduated. She's a CNA. She going to school to be a RN. So she goes to work at a restaurant and everything. You know, she live her own life basically. She comes to the Bible studies and stuff. She travels with us. Like we just came Sunday. We went to a church in Mooresville, a singing concert. His wife sings in these quartet groups. And I stood there and sung a song with one of the quartets, and I played his CD every day. So his wife can cook real good. She run a catering business. So, and we just came from that. But when I came home this evening, he gets donations from this lady named Miss Martin. He has connections with food trucks and all kinds of stuff. So they bring cases of chicken like you put in the Walmart. They bring big cases of chicken and stuff over here, fresh cases of chicken and stuff. He'll have it delivered over here. And he put most of it in my apartment because I got 2 refrigerators and a deep freezer. So, yeah, so most of the food comes in my house, and my apartment is, both of the apartments look the same, but mine is a little bigger than his over there because his is like on the corner. Mine is in the middle of the building. So at the end of the day, I got more width than he got. His is narrow. Mine is bigger. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So when the lady brought the chicken over here, the man had to put all the chicken in my apartment, and then the person that's over there in that apartment, one, they know not to put no chicken in a refrigerator. If it's frozen, why would you put 4 big old bags of chicken in the refrigerator? The deep freezer full of chicken that y'all just put in there, you put one in the other freezer top, you put 2 in the top of this, and you put 1 in one in both tops of the refrigerators. Both of the freezers at the regular refrigerator, they put 1 up there and 1 in the other. And filled up my deep freezer and put the rest of the 4 bags in the refrigerator. So I run across the street to the apartment number 1, and I asked him. Steve was standing there, but I asked John Shepard. I said, how many cases of chicken we got? He said 3. And I said, where did they go? He said, all of them over there. We put 2 bags over here. I said, okay, so who put 4 bags of frozen chicken in the refrigerator? He said, I did. I said, why? He said, Pastor told me that. I said, Pastor ain't told you no such a thing. He said, we don't have room for it over here. I said, you're lying. There's plenty of room over here for some chicken. I said, I don't care if y'all get 3 bags or how many bags you get. I said, all that chicken is not going to stay in that refrigerator and thaw out. And then who's going to cook 4 bags of chicken? What time do we have to cook 4 bags of chicken that's thawed out while we be out here in fundraising? I said, you finna get some of this chicken. He said, well, it don't matter to me, Bertrand. And then he goes, Steve, which is the house leader, ain't no room. The white little short man, he ain't up for 4 feet tall. To be barking like he the biggest thing. He said, ain't no room in these freezers over here. I ain't got no room. I can only do 2 bags. And you ain't bringing that chicken over here. I said, you want a bag? I said, he said, bring it over here. I'll show you. I called Pastor Bruce. I said, call him. I said, because I just talked to him. You ain't talked to him yet. I said, okay, well, whatever you say, I'm bringing this chicken over here. I went over there, and then when I was coming back on his parking lot, Pastor Bruce was calling my phone. He said, what's going on, Bertrand? What's up? What's up? What's up, Bert? I said, listen. I said, my auntie just got phone me, man. I said, she want to come up here, Pastor Bruce. He said, yes. He said, oh, we would love to have. He said, that's the one I talked to before. I said, yeah, you talked to Maxine. I said, but he said, no, but that's the one that was in Atlanta before. I said, yeah. He said, yeah, well, I've been trying to see what's going on with her. I ain't heard nothing else from her. He said, is she still interested? I said, yeah, she still be. We told me, I talked to her all the time. I said, she said, I be sounding like I'm excited. She said, this is the perfect thing for me. He said, Bertrand, it is. You doing real good. He said, but yeah, I said, well, listen, I want you to call. She gonna call you and you talk to her. I told her everything about it. I said, but she gonna be waiting on you. You to talk to her. He said, okay, tell her to call me. I said, wait a minute, Pastor. He said, what's up? I said, they're telling me that I can't put none of that chicken over there in that freezer. I said, they put 4 bags of chicken in here in the bottom of the refrigerator and waiting on it to thaw out. I said, ain't nobody got time to cook. He said, man, take that chicken over there. Put that chicken in that freezer. He said, and if anyone else say something to you, tell them I said, all of them on discipline. So I loaded the chicken up and I took it over there and get them like cheap dogs. He told my Pastor Group, yeah, only give me 2. Only give me 2. I said, I'm bringing 3 over here. I took 1 back and put it in another freezer. I said, because I was loading up 4. I said, and I ain't even told him. Pastor Bruce never told me how many to bring over there, but my spirit said, it was 4 I was bringing over there in the cooler. And my spirit said, take 1 up back and put it in the make room and put 2 instead of 1. the top freezer, put 2 in there. 2 can fit in there, leave 1 in the other top, and then you got your deep freezer full. Take them 3 over there. Come to find out, he said, Pastor Bruce said, bring me 3. I said, look in the cooler. He said, oh, it's 3. I said, 2 in your freezer, and take 1 to that other man on the end of the apartment in Mexico who be fixing on stuff for him. I said, in that order, have a great day. And when you finish, bring me my cooler. And he did just that. But my point is, Chris, you told me I wasn't bringing no chicken in here. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you. You know why? Because he said he know he said they're not coming against you. He said they're coming against the anointing you got. He said and they're jealous of you. He said, I said, why? He said, look at you. He said you came back this time. You've been here 4 months consecutive, back to back. He said, Bertrand, I haven't been dealing with you. I've been on for 3 years. He said you ain't never stayed here no longer than a month or 2 each of them years. He said you'll come and go. A month at a time. Within the whole year, you done been a month, 2 months leave. Come back a month, 2 months leave. Just been running. He said, but this time you done made your mind up. You been here 4 months consecutive. You got 5 more. If I count December, you got 4 more. He said, and not only that, you done came. The same little white man that's telling you he ain't having no chicken come here. He said you came and I took the van from him and gave it to you.
Mm-hmm.
He said, and then the house visit that was in there where you at, he realized now you got the apartment too. He said, so you running the team and you running the van. He said, and your van be 100% every day and your household is in order. He said, you don't think they're jealous of you?
Mm-hmm.
And they've been here 5 years and 7 years, and they wonder why you excelling like that, and you do what you do without complaining, and still get everything done. I run a house, get all these people up on Christie. I got the ministry closet in order, the living room in order. I got the laundry closet in order. I got my own room. I set rules in my house, and they go by the rules. I cook big dinners for the Sunday. He texts them and told them, tell Bertrand, I want him to cook breakfast for the whole garden before we go to this concert. And whatever he need me to text him cash out, tell him to just send me a request. But I want him to cook a big breakfast, whatever he desires. I spent $87 in the grocery store. And I bought two boxes of 30 sausage patties, box of pancakes, biscuits, grease, eggs, and I fed 28 men. That's how many over here.
Mm-mm. How big is this house?
It's a total of 28 people. It's a total of 28 people in the ministry, but in the apartment, there's 9 of us in each apartment.
Okay.
Two to a room. And then he got some of them, he got one. There's 2 to a room. Like in their apartment over there, the house leader got his own room. And then they got 1, 2 in one room. Then they got bunk bed, and then one twin bed in another one. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 over there. And then 6, one down there on the set. Well, yeah, they got 6 over there and 1 on the sofa. So that's 7 people over there in that apartment. I got more than that in mine because mine's bigger than him. So I got my own room, and each one of my rooms is, and one of my rooms over here, my room is big enough to hold 2 bunk beds. So I got 4 in one room, each one of them in their own bunk bed. Then I got another room that's got 1 twin bed and 2 bunk and another bunk bed. So that's 3 in that, so that's 7. Plus me, that's 8. And then I got 1 downstairs on the sofa, and then the other boy that was the house leader, he done relapsed again. So he on the other sofa, but he like smoking crack or whatever he doing.
Mm-mm.
And so before he come back, he got to go to detox. Now he's starting back letting them go to detox before they come back. He was like, he tired. Some of them just come through here on Christmas and just relapse because he put discipline on them. If they act up, if they be good for like a couple of months, 4 or 5 months, without going and getting high, whatever he'll say, and then they, fall short, he'll be like, okay, you'll go 75. Let's say you'll go $75. He might say you're on discipline, 25, so it'll be 100. But see what they done got used to doing is, oh, I can go do it. He ain't gonna do it, but give me $25. He tracking down now.
Okay.
Is you got to go to detox now before you come back. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And he got breathalyzers and he got the top-notch urinalysis test. So he running a good program. He's good. Like, you just got to make up in your mind. If you know the situation that you're going to get ready to go through, just don't procrastinate. I mean, I done told you what you got to do. You'll be happy when you get here. You got other females here. You ain't got nothing but Tara, Miss Marva, and Amber. That's it. And Amber is bougie. She white and she pretty. She look like Sheila and them. But she was on camera for 10 years. That girl, that's over for 60 days. And she look marvelous.
Wow.
And she my co-captain. She with me, she helped me, she assisted me, she helped me with the finances and everything. Now the only thing is, the only one can go to his house is the drivers, me and whoever else he got driving. The team leaders, we the only ones can go to the house and turn in the money. But everybody else get dropped off at Publix until the team leaders come back and get you. But he stayed 5 minutes from the Publix.
Okay.
Because he's in a nice neighborhood. And he do that for safety and security reasons. Because these people is drug alcoholics who we dealing with. And he don't want them to know where he live at. Although his house is totally secure, you can't get up in there. It's magnet locks. But he don't want everybody to know where he stay. Because some people ain't here for him. You know, he don't know their intentions. He just trying to help them. But some people might have intentions to try to find out where he lives, to try to rob him. But the man keep all the money in the ministry account. His wife is the CEO. We got the CSLs is on the back of our name tag. The charitable solicitor's license and everything for the state.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, because I had asked him about
So
that.
they do fundraising. Everybody knows. Yeah, they got that. He told you they got that.
Yeah, I had asked him because I said I go to school to be an accountant, so I'm all into bookkeeping and all that kind of stuff. And so it sounded like I said you will never have anybody else in this world ask you that question. And he laughed, and I was like, I already know. I was like, I'm 1 in 1 million with that because of what I went to school for. And I say, and I'm very professional, so I just wanted to know. And he was like, no, you ain't got to worry about none of that. He was like, everything you need when you go, you'll be already situated. And I was like, okay. And so that was it. But I'm surprised you say it's a little streak of racism going on in North Carolina because they told me that North Carolina was one of the nicest states in the world. I only lived there for like a month, but it
Well,
was.
it's no streak of racism in this white man. I don't know where he's from.
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
But we're in North Carolina. North Carolina is a beautiful state. I mean, you just, I feel like if you ask me, you talk to me, you've been talking to me a lot. You don't call every day, but I've been talking to you a lot, and it'd be encouraging when you call them like, hey, I'm
Mhm.
like, okay, I could be calling, but I feel like you calling for a reason. I know you're trying to keep contact, because Bertwan sound like he peaceful. I can see your picture of me right now. If you go on my Facebook and look at my story, and look how good I look with these glasses and everything. See,
Let me.
white as paint.
you,
Go to my
you,
story.
and hold
Go
on.
to
Let
my
me go. Let me go look and see.
Go to my Facebook page and look at the story I posted today.
These people.
Go ahead and look at it.
I've been to it. Wait a minute.
It's my story. You know how you do your story?
I'm trying to go look at the page. I had to log into my darn thing. You are so silly talking about my teeth white as paint.
You finna see it? You gonna say, oh, but you look so nice.
I don't think this your page. I don't see nothing but some you spell your name you don't spell your name with no I.
No, it's Bertwan. Bertwane elephant.
That's why I said I don't think this your page because this man spelling it with an I.
No. You know how to spell my name, Christy?
I know that. I'm trying to find the page, boo.
I got on a black and gray sweater.
And yeah, and it say you online.
Yeah.
Okay. Send it to me. Answer the request.
Huh?
Answer the request.
You ain't sent no request.
Yes, I did.
Well, hold on. It's just got to come through then.
Hold on. You do not look like you are ever aging.
For me?
Yeah.
You ain't sent no request here.
Yes, I did. It say cancel request or send it, and I sent it. It showed a little green dot and say you online.
What color shirt I got on?
Black and gray, but the way your name is spelled is wrong.
No, that's not mine.
That's the same thing.
No, that's not me. My name is Bertwane. Ellison. Huh? Yeah, man. Yeah.
Oh, you being so nice today. I love it when you be nice. Okay, let me see how I could get to you. Okay. Let's
You
see.
just typed in my name.
I just did. Hold on. Well, what is it that you want me to see before we get into all
Okay,
this?
I just confirmed. Hold on, I'm gonna confirm it.
Okay.
Now we friends. Did you see my story?
All right, hold on. Let me go look and see. Let me go look and
We
see.
friends.
Let me go look
So
and
go
see.
back to my story.
Let me go look and see. Let me go look and see. Uh,
It said Holy Ghost power executed.
oh, is this you in this? In oh, that man look like deer. You ain't in that group.
I'm in the story. It's my story.
Oh, he told me you were singing. I was looking for that too.
It's on my story. You see the thing that say story?
Wait, let me see. Videos. No,
Hold on, man.
no.
Save video. You don't see it?
Hold on. Let me see. This is very hard.
No, it's not.
Okay, I see collection. I see friends. I'm on your page. Bertrand posts photos, videos. It should be right under there.
No, it's not. I'm trying to tell you what to do.
Go ahead. Say it again.
Listen. It's under your story. Do you see my story?
Under mine?
No, my story. It says I posted a story today.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't. When I click on your name, okay.
No, you go on my page.
I don't see no post from you since March the 10th.
No, go on my page. It says stories 9 hours ago.
No. No.
Yes, it do, man. Or maybe I can see. I'm the only one can see it.
But see, your post on here ain't even new. This from March. I don't see nothing from you from April. I don't think this your page.
It's like I just confirmed it.
There ain't nothing on here from you.
You delusional. I know good well you see
It
me
say,
with that black and gray sweater.
okay, start from the top of the page. It's your picture, your profile, your name, your friends, message, and then 3 dots. And the 3 dots ain't got nothing to do with no story. Then you click from there and you go down and it say collection. It's you. It's some brown shoes, some picture, and
Go on down. Go on down. Go on down. It says friends. And you see Toya, LaRonda, Waddell, Skibo, One Way T10, Fish Way.
no, it's Toya, Louise, Andrew, One Way, Sanithia, Elisa.
Keep going.
All right. So I don't need to go to the friends. Now it say Bertrand's post. So
Keep going.
okay, scroll under Bertrand's post, and it's Andrew Haney. It's Bertrand from March the 10th. Another March the 10th. March the 9th. March the 8th. March the 8th.
Okay,
Mark.
go back up. Go back. Hey.
Yeah.
Go back up to collections. Go back up to collections with that brown shoe on that say number 9. Click
Then
that.
I'ma hit the floor. I'm gonna dance the whole night.
Huh?
Step in the name of love. You so stupid with them brown shoes out there. Tomorrow you gonna step in the.
Okay, now let it play all the way through.
No. Okay. Look into the stories.
Keep going.
Revenge. And then the
Keep
click.
going.
The next one is you look like you're trying to do get your sexy back on the picture laying behind your head, and that's it. Hold on,
No.
they going down. And how does that?
Did you click on the one that said
Huh?
click it?
What?
Did you click on the one that says plus nine?
Plus 9. Okay.
Let them throw it straight all the way through. Don't you click nothing. Just let them play all the way through.
No, I'm not. I ain't on no messages. I don't have no messaging apps or nothing, and I ain't got no space on my phone to download now. My we
Hey, listen, ma'am. Ma'am, it's
yes.
gonna come through right now because I just said that you got a green dot.
Oh my God, Bertrand, this is
You
too.
got a green dot on this. Go to your messenger. You can see it right now. I sent it.
Who is, who
Just
is,
like you seen JoJo.
I JoJo came on the text. You
I
text.
know. Go to the messenger.
I don't have that, Bertrand. It's just too much.
Okay. So you don't have that. You don't have.
No, I'm 48. I don't have all this stuff. I don't have it. It's not the will of God for your life.
That's a shame. I rebuke you in the name of Jesus because it's coming straight through here right now. Watch this. Now check your phone. Since you say you don't have it for the will of God, I know you receive text messages, ma'am.
I ain't got that either. I'm trying to tell you, I ain't got no reason to lie before the Holy Ghost. That ain't the will of God.
You got that.
Okay, hold on.
Exactly. Get that multimedia messages and check your text message. How about you ain't got to lie before the Holy Ghost? You got that in there.
It was so hard for me not to laugh. Look, the boy, you are hilarious. You are hilarious. I can't believe this family done got all separated like this. We don't get together and laugh no more. This is hilarious. You are so funny. So the only thing that I got to ask Bertrand is, yes, when do you have a day off?
We off Sunday and Monday.
Oh, that's what's up. Okay. Can you leave the house?
If you get approval for him, yeah.
Okay.
Like they do a store run. They do a store run. On your off days, you go do your lunch. Well, see at the house, if you come, they got a big old laundry room downstairs. You do your laundry, but they go to the store. They go to store runs. They do whatever you need done. Whatever it is, he gonna approve it. He's not gonna have a problem because you're my auntie. He's not gonna want to make me upset. So if you come and man go, whatever she needs done, y'all gonna do it. I'm telling you, he gonna whatever. You say, yes, I need to go to he gonna make sure they do it. Didn't I tell you that? Because he said, no, that's my jewel right there. I don't want to make him upset because he got his auntie up here, and I need them people wherever they coming from.
I'm so. You making me think about it. You making me think about it. My landlord.
Look at the picture. All you got to do is look at the picture and see how happy your nephew looks.
I said that. Now he said I ain't got you ain't got to tell me. I got the spirit of discernment, and I just told you I ain't never in my life seen you stick to one thing this long, and that's because he's satisfying every area of your life. You're actually helping me figure out my program because you're my thing that I want to do because he's excelling, he's causing you to excel in every area of your personality where you need it, where it causes you to stay grounded. You're in a leadership role. You got transportation to drive. You got people that you're responsible for. You're handling the responsibility well. You're cooking. You're using all of your talents, and that's the way that God created it to be. So that's why you have such a sense of fulfillment because you're thriving in all of your areas and you're doing well. You are. You're doing really, really well. You're doing really good. You're doing really good.
Do you see how I look?
You look well and you look happy. And you look peaceful. And you got your little glasses on. I didn't even know you wore them, but you got glasses on. You look healthy. You look fed. You don't look starved. Your hair look good. Your skin look good. You look well. You look well, and you look very happy, and you look
Yeah,
content. And I could
that's
tell
the
it in your
thing.
personality.
Huh?
And I could tell it in your personality.
Yes, I'm happy doing what I'm doing now. The only thing is, that's what I was telling you about. He said, don't worry about when people try to come up against you. He said, you ain't got to worry about it. He said, if any one of them niggas put their hands on you, I got something for them. He
Oh,
said, so you
oh.
just do it. Huh?
I said, oh, oh.
Yeah, because he not the typical, he ain't no traditional pastor like how we used to. He come from the street.
Didn't I tell you I heard that spirit when he answered that phone? I said, oh, God delivered him from a lot. He had a lot going. You ain't have to tell me.
Yeah,
You ain't have to
what's
tell
going
me.
on?
When he said the first 5 words, I said, oh, God delivered him from a whole lot. He had a lot going on.
What was the first 5 words?
When he answered the phone, he said he was off the train, and I said, oh.
Well, he said, how you doing? He said, I'm off the chain. How you doing?
Yeah, he said, hello, how you doing? And I said, well, hello, how are you? And he said, off the chain, and I said, oh.
You started laughing with him. He started laughing
Jack,
too.
you know we got the personality that we adapt to whoever we around. So when he
Yeah.
was on the phone like that, I thought he was gonna call all professional hello, and he did, but he wasn't. He had a little street with it. So when he said it, I said, "Oh, God delivered him from a lot. He had Kangos and he
Yeah,
was he was really doing the thing."
he can preach that word though. I'm telling you, he preached like Pastor Dale McCoy.
Oh, that's what Wanda mentioned last night. That man still looked the same. I can't
Are you
believe it.
trying to talk to him?
I can't believe Don McCoy still looked the same. Him and Diddy was friends.
You
Diddy,
talk, you talk to one?
I talked to Gwanda last night. We wasn't talking, but I talked to her tonight. She actually was being very nice to me yesterday and day before.
Praise the Lord. I've been praying for you. I've been praying for you. I've been praying for you.
Well, I called
I've
her.
been praying for you.
I called her
Let me
cause
tell you something.
wet.
You don't believe in prayer?
Yeah,
You
what are
don't
you
believe in the
saying?
power of prayer?
Child, I'm a
I'm saying at the
Christian.
end of the day, I prayed for my mama, and guess what? I heard from her. I prayed for Tavis to call me. He called. I sent him $20 cancer. I prayed for Cassie to call me. He called. He sent me $20 cancer. The next one I'm afraid to call me is Loretta, my daddy's sister. But
I,
she don't tell me where my daddy at.
your
Unless
daddy
she,
was,
I never,
he not back in the hospital.
yeah, he's some kind of hospital somewhere.
She on Facebook. You don't be messaging her on there.
I can reach him if I want to. I want to know where he at. I don't like the fact that
Child, I
some
wanted to
people
go
say,
see
well, I'm
Retta
not
so
on
bad. Retta got that food. That lady can cook. I be
yeah,
looking
but
at that lady food on, and she do it just out the nowhere. Child, I looked at that lady pictures on Facebook and said, "Oh my God, I wish I was at your house. Oh my God, I would eat so much." That lady can cook.
that's my daddy's sister.
Yes, Retta can cook. Her tail off. It don't
Yeah,
make no
my daddy
sense.
people. I know. I miss her. I want to talk to her. I'm say, hey, auntie. She my sweet auntie on my daddy's side. She remind me of Easter. She Easter on daddy's side, but
I
she a little more nicer. She a little more stricter than her Easter though.
I sent her. I sent Sheila a birthday shout out. She didn't even comment.
Well, Chrissy, don't worry about it.
I'm not worried about it. I'm just saying. It
I
was her
want you to
birthday.
come
Did
up
you
here.
tell her? I,
I want you to.
I know you do, because you want some family. I
I
know you
want you
do.
to.
But I don't want to be a
Yeah, I
distraction
want.
to you, Bertrand, because you're doing awesome. You're doing awesome.
You're not gonna be no distraction to me. That's what you think. You're not gonna be no distraction to me. You coming up here to get yourself together. That's what you would do. Come get yourself together and excel the way I know you can excel. I know you can get out here and talk to these people. Cause you know how much money you can make. Do you know how much money you? Just think about how much money you
You
can
know?
make if you just say yes, ma'am. Hi, how are you? My name is Crystal Ketchup. I'm here on behalf of the Mental Health and Home. We're a Christian faith-based drug and alcohol nonprofit restoration program, and what we do is we house homeless men and women battling substance abuse, drug addiction, and domestic violence issues. Okay, now listen, it's a 9-month program, totally free of charge. We bring them in, give them a place to stay, a safe place, as we restore them one life, one, in your own words, but this is what I say, one life, one soul, one day at a time. Amen. Because we're all still drug and alcoholics, we go to NA meetings twice a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays, depending on the weather, okay? Now, today is a good day for me, not just a good day to tell you about God and what He's done for me, but what He's also doing constantly in my life. You know, I've been clean on Christian from cocaine for 4 years. I've been clean from alcohol for 4 months. So today we celebrate, man, 4 years and 4 months for me. Today we're doing a small fundraiser. And keep our doors open for the next male or female who still stop us today. We're not asking you, man. I tell them what my goal is. My goal is $100. I'm not asking you to give me the entire 100 if the Lord don't move you. But what I am asking you, ma'am or sir, would you be so kind to make a small contribution towards this great cause today, as your donation could possibly save the life of the next male or female who may still be suffering from this disease of addiction today. Be it $1, 5 cents, 50 cents, a penny, anything to help us out today. Guess what they pull out? 50.
Really?
100. Yeah.
You say awesome sauce.
I got a wallet. I got a wallet full of money on Christmas.
Hey.
I don't need nothing. My phone bill ain't nothing but $15. I don't have no worries. I gave him my food stamp, but I told you that man paid me whatever I asked him for. He gave it to me. He said if I want to leave after these 9 months, he said he would be more than happy to address any of my needs or my concerns with no problem. That means whatever I need. I learned this in 4 months. Imagine how much money I done raised for the ministry, for these doors to stay open for the next person. And I do $100 Monday through Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, $125. And I've been doing that for 4 months. You know how much money that is on Christy?
Around $3,000 a month. That's about $3,000 a month.
And run a van and a house for this man and do it very well with no complaining. What? That man will give me anything I asked him for if I said I'm ready to leave here. After 9 months, that man will give me my certificate and say, I give you how much money you need. Whatever you need to get on your feet to start you. Well, how can I help you? That's what he's waiting on. Because I ain't never did it consecutive. He said, just get, I told him the other day when I went to his house. I said, all right, Pastor. I said, my 9 months coming up now. He was like, well, I understand. He was like, well, you got 4 more. And I said, it's 5. And he smiled. I said, it's 5 more, really. He said, it's 4 or 5, one of them. Because if he counted December, it'll be 4. But if he didn't count December, it'll be September. He was like, don't worry. He said, I got you. I promise. Because he know I told him I ain't going to do it. He knows he can put it in his spirit. As the Bertrand do these 9 months and he might leave, he looking for something. You get it?
Yeah.
I'm looking for something.
Yeah, I heard you.
You think I ain't looking for nothing, Christy? You think I ain't looking for nothing? Yes, I am. You want to be looking for something too. A blessing coming to me. That's what I'm doing. God's going to use that man to bless me. What should I tell you?
I believe that. I do. I believe that. I believe he'll get you anything, a car, anything. I believe that. I believe he'll move you on up to you'll be doing something different. I believe that.
If I decided to stay here 9 more months, which I'm not going to do, but if I said, okay, Pastor Bruce, because this is my first time actually staying consecutive in a row with him. When I made my decision to come here this time, I said, I'm not leaving. I'm going to stay here 9 months to say I finished something in my life. I completed something. And I feel like when I get through with these 9 months, he know I'm ready to go. He's going to say, you have served well. What do you need me to do to help you accelerate from here? And I'm going to say, I want a car. He's going to go get it. Mm-hmm. Or if you don't give me no car, he's going to say, well, how about if I get you a car, will you stay here and fundraise on the weekends? Or you can, I'm telling you how he's going to do it. He's going to say, well, can you stay here in the hospital and I'll let you get a job? I mean, he's going to work something out where it's either going to benefit me and him at the same time. He's going to do something. I don't know what it is, but I promise you that man going to do something for me. If I want to leave, he's going to either send me off with a good amount of money or he's going to make sure I'm established somewhere or something. He ain't going to just let me leave here to serve 9 months and ain't got nothing. He ain't going to do that. He ain't going to do that. Now, I done seen other people, these ones that have been here 5 years and 7 years, And I know the other man that done been here 7 years, his goal ain't number $35 because he get a check every month. He put him in his own apartment. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
But he's still in the ministry. He said, okay, I'll put you in an apartment. If you and her get married, I'm gonna put y'all in your own apartment. Your goal ain't number $35, and you keep the rest, and you get a check, pay your own rent, and you can work for me. You make it $35 a day. If you turn in $35 a day, you know how much money he can make overflow by himself, and you get a check, and they
Mhm.
got a car and everything, Kristen. Yes. He put them in their own apartment. It's in his name, but he told them they can stay there.
Mhm.
And don't nobody go to their house. They got their own privacy. As long as they ain't doing no drugs or alcohol. I think when it's time for me to leave it, that man gonna ask me, what do I need? He said, I will be more than happy to address all of your needs and concerns when that time comes. He said, I'll be more than happy to do it. And I believe that man gonna do something for me in these 9 months over with. He ain't gonna just look at me like I'm crazy and say, thank you for serving in the ministry. No. We gonna say, what you need, Bertrand? Okay, what you wanna do? You know what I'm saying? I want to stay here in Charlotte, or even if I went back home, if I go back to Augusta, I want some money to start with to get me something on my feet. I want to have this.
I
So
would
I don't think
stay.
I
I
want to do
would
that. I want to
stay
stay in
under him
Charlotte.
till you save and get your savings right so that you could go out and fly. But the structure and the management and all that, you really don't have no ties. You ain't got no kids. You ain't got no family like that. So that you if you went back to Augusta, you would get lost back in the poverty and the negativity in Augusta. And I think you would revert back. And but there he's feeding all of your characteristics that's causing you to be great. You feel great. You feel good about yourself. And you ain't did that in a while, and you look good in the mirror, you feel good, you're doing well. And so this is why you're sticking to it, because it's gravity, you're drawn to that positivity, and it's you're getting the word of God there. If you left there, it would be like you're leaving your covering. And though you could still balance, you would miss that connection, that family setting, the sense of authority, the sense of being needed. You're needed there. And that is another thing that you're getting, that's causing you to feel well. So from your aunt's perspective, I'm looking at how well you're doing, and I don't think you should leave after that unless you got enough money saved. Maybe after the end of that 9 months, ask him, can you graduate to a different position and go higher? Maybe assistant administrator, or get another house, you know, and maybe have to bridge out and do it on your own. But you're doing terrific there. I've never seen you thrive this well. Um, Other than when you was doing good in Augusta, when you lived and had your own apartment on Lumpkin Road. But other than that, I think you're doing well to just stay and get it together. I mean, you're doing really well. I'm really proud of you.
That's what I think. And I think if I stay, I think if I stay, because he was telling me, I told you he was saying you could run the program. His
Mhm.
wife, this is what she keep telling me. So much as she keeps saying this to me, and the spirit saying, catch on what the spirit be telling me, catch on what she's saying in the spirit bird form. So when she speaks to me, she said, to much is given, much is required. On his birthday, which is on the 12th, we went to Dollar Tree. She had me turn around. She said, where you at? You still by my house? I said, no, yes, ma'am. She said, well, turn around and come back to Dollar Tree. I got some balloons I want you to put in the van. She said, you got room in your van? I said, yes, ma'am. She said, well, come meet me at the Dollar Tree. I said, yes, ma'am. So I come over there. When I went in, I was so exhausted, so tired. She said, you gonna be all right. She said, what's wrong? And I was so tired. She said, what's the matter? I said, nothing. I'm exhausted. I said, I want to get my hair cut. She said, how much is your haircut? I said, $35. She said, well, I'm pretty sure you'll get your haircut. I wound up getting my haircut because I got it cut on my own. But she was like, what I'm trying to tell you is, she said, at the end of the day, she said, it's the weight. She said, the weight is what you're trying to do. You want to get to the point where you don't have to wait on God. She said, the ministry is not the problem. She said, it's the waiting to where you get to the certain level where you can get to where Pastor Bruce is. And when she said that, she said, see, it's the waiting that you got to go through. You had to wait to get to where he is. And I said, what you mean? She said, you heard what I said. She said, you're going to be where he is after a while. She said, too much is given, much is required. She said, he requires a lot of you because he sees that you're in tune with the ministry. She said, it's just a waiting process that you don't understand. She said, you got to wait. And I said, wait. She said, you're going to be where he is after a while. And I feel like in the spirit, it's either they're going to launch me to do my own ministry, because when we were in that convention, them people was having people that they done launched to do their own.
That's
You
what I
see what I'm
said.
saying?
Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I said. That's what I said.
You
Because
just said that you was like, maybe he gonna launch. He might launch you to get a house for yourself and start your own little ministry like that and keep it going and still be under him. You never know. You might say, okay, I want to open up another one, and you're gonna be the pastor over that one. But I'm the overseer, and I'll be like, amen, amen. Keep it going. Basically, I don't know, but I feel like something good is gonna come out of it after these 9 months if I stay or if I leave. But it's a man that done did his 9 months and he wound up staying here. He done been here a year and he still ain't going nowhere. And the people was like, if you don't have nothing else to do after your 9 months, just do ministry. As a pastor, just do ministry. If you don't have nothing else planned after 9 months, just do ministry. He said, do ministry. He worked. So I'm just waiting to see what God got for me in store after the 9 months. I don't know yet, you know.
yeah, you
I
don't
say
know.
I'm
Because you go
flying
out
out
and,
in my 9
yeah,
months. But I don't know.
yeah.
That's what his wife told me too. First lady, she said, you don't know. She said, you just speak the Lord. She said, if he have you leaving 9 months, then you don't serve. That's the time he had for you. She said, but just when that time comes, you ask God, what would you have me to do? She said, he'll tell you. She said, he will tell you what to do. She said, when that time comes, as they draw closer to that, you start praying to God and let him know what you want to do and seeking him. And then in them time frame, she said, if he have you leave in 9 months, then that was the time. That's your time. He has you stay only the 9 months consecutive this time. She said, but if not, he'll tell you otherwise. She said, he might have you stay longer. She said, but either way it goes, we really appreciate everything you do for us. You do know that, don't you? I said, yes, ma'am. She said, no, I don't think you realize. I said, what you mean? She said, I don't think you really understand, Bertrand. She said, we really love you and appreciate everything you do. She said, you do a lot for my husband. She told me that. She said, you take a load off of him. I said, I do. She said, yes. She said, that's a load off of him sometimes. She said, he don't, yeah. She said, you don't have to worry about your team. You 100% on your team. She was like, you run the house pretty good and clean. She was like, you handle stuff well. She was like, what can you expect when you're doing it right? She said, they come up against you because you're doing the right thing. And I said, my auntie told me that. Easter said the same thing. She said, well, they're going to come up against you when you fall in the roof like that. And then you said the same thing, Bertrand, you my auntie too. You saying you excelling. I ain't never seen you speaking something that long. That's why I be trying to tell these people, I ain't never stay still to tolerate this foolishness like I be tolerating it.
Never. You are one sharp needle.
That's why.
I said never. You are one sharp needle.
Said a one sharp what?
Needle.
I'm a one sharp needle. I ain't never stuck with nothing like this.
Never. Never.
Never. If something get on my nerve, I'll be gone in 5.2 seconds.
Out of there. Out of there.
Out of there. Have a good day. I ain't got no time for you. Do not pass go or collect $200.
I know. Turn around and keep it moving.
Turn around and keep going. He said he's proud of me.
I am too. I am too. I'm very proud of you. You are doing awesome. Awesome sauce. I tell going to that the other day, I said Retron is doing awesome. Awesome. He is really, really doing his thing up there. And he sounds well and all of that. And that's really good. You can't I ain't got nothing negative to say about it.
Yeah, I said, because I put it in my mind, I put it in my mind, I said, I'm not going to let nobody tell me otherwise against the man that found me on the side of the road, standing there with a briefcase, drinking liquor. I looked good, though, clean as a whistle, but I was depressed, I was drunk and laughing at the same time. That was 3 years ago.
Oh, he
I'm
found
not
you.
going to let,
He found you.
yeah, yeah, he found me. I didn't call him, he found me.
Wow.
That's what I be trying to tell these people, and they thinking that man found me. I had just prayed to God. I was on University City Boulevard, and I was standing at that Walmart, and I had just got back up here in Charlotte, and that was 3 years ago. I said, Lord, I'm tired. I've been coming back and forth to Charlotte since 2009. I said, Lord, I'm tired of keep coming back and forth here. I said, I know you keep bringing me here. I said, but what you got me here for? And I was crying and drinking at the same time. I said, now if you real, I know you real. I said, but Lord, if you don't want me to go back to Augusta, you send me a sign. And I was pouring down tears. I said, and you send it to me right now. And I was steady drinking, and I some said, look to your left. I turned around and looked. There was this big old gold Suburban with rims on it. And he pulled up. And he said, hey, how you doing? And I said, who is you, man? He said, you look real familiar. I said, you don't know me? He said, yes, I do. He said, you look familiar. He said, I've seen you somewhere before. I said, no, you haven't. He said, yes, I am. He said, what's going on with you? Come get this flyer. I said, I don't know. You ain't come get no flyer, man. He said, man, come get this flyer. I said, what you do? He said, I help homeless people. I said, I'm homeless. He said, I'm a pastor. I said, say what? He said, I'm a pastor, man. And I ran over there to him crying. He said, you ain't got to cry no more. He said, you homeless? I said, yeah, I just got up. He said, get in. They ain't asked me no questions or nothing. That man found me. I didn't call him. And that's why he be telling other people, y'all called me to come here. I didn't call y'all. That don't apply to me. That's why I sit there and look at him the same way. And I agree with him. Y'all did call him. I did not call him. He said, oh, I don't know what he talking about when he said, Pastor Bruce found me.
Mhm.
He found me. He was at Taco Bell KFC getting ready to get him something to eat. And he was pulling out of there, and that man saw me standing on that corner. If I'm lying, I'm flying. And I ain't seen a bird today. That man pulled out. He'll tell you, say how you met my nephew. He said, I found him here in Charlotte. Where he was at standing on the side of the curve. And what he was doing, drinking and crying and laughing at the same time. And what you did, I told him to get in the van. I was going to take him to an apartment and feed him and give him a job working for the Lord. And that's how I found him. That's why my relationship is with him like that. He make me mad sometimes, but our relationship got real close. I used to be real defiant to him. Real defiant. Like I used to come up against what he say. Because, I come out of church. So I didn't agree with his style of how he carried himself as a pastor. I was like, oh, no, you ain't no pastor. I called him a pimp when I first met him. I said, you ain't nothing but a pimp. He laughed at me. He said, you gonna see. He said, I know I ain't what you used to. He said, but all you gotta do is give me a chance. He said, you give me a chance, I promise you, you'll see things different. And I started listening to him, and this time I made up in my mind, I had left and went to another program in Greenville, to the Turning Point.
Mhm.
The only reason I left there is because they said I couldn't use my Medicaid in South Carolina because it's in North Carolina. And I said, man, I called him. I was like, Pastor, I know I've been gone 12 days. I was like, listen, man. I was like, I don't know what to do. I got two options: either come back to Charlotte for my Medicaid or Georgia. Either one. He said, well, what you want to do? I said, I don't want to go to Georgia. He said, well, come on home then, Bertrand.
And how
And
you
I
got
came.
there? Oh, you got there on your own.
I got here on my own from Greenville. But anytime I go to Augusta, God is my witness on Gigi grade, and she big gone. Anytime I can go to Augusta right now, if I want to go to Augusta right now, and I can have the money in my pocket, he's still putting on the bus. And if I say I want to come back, I can leave right now a month. And say I want to come back next month, he'll put me on the ground. Never fail. Anytime I go home and say I'm tired of being down there, I want to come back on Pastor Bruce, go to the ground. Never fail. One time he was mad at me. He said, I ain't getting you no Greyhound up here. I'm tired of you running back and forth. His wife said, you will buy him a ticket. First lady, she said, you're going to buy it right now. And he said, well, you better be glad my wife spoke. And he said, well, go on to the bus. He was mad at me. He said, but I'm telling you, I'm tired of your foolishness. He said, you better get up here and sit your behind down and do that. That was a long time ago. But since I made up in my mind to come back from Greenville, man, I said, Pastor Bruce, you got me for 9 months. He said, you gonna stay for 9 consecutive months? I said, I ain't never went nowhere. I just went to another program. He said, well, give me 9 months in a row. I done been here 4. He said, you got 5 more, 4 more. He said 4 more. I think he's trying to count December. I said, I'm gonna give you 5 more. That's August, September is the latest. But I think August, by the end of August, he'll know I'm coming. I ain't going nowhere until then. So these people might as well get used to it. They ain't going nowhere until August. That's right around the corner, though, ain't it, Chris?
Mm-hmm.
And I think he told me the other day when I went to his house. I said, Pastor Bruce, I said it to him and I looked at him. You know how you look at somebody, you can tell he loved me. That man, that's a father figure. He said, hey, what you doing? I said, I ain't doing nothing. He said, yeah. I said, hey, what you doing, washing the truck? He said, yeah, I'm cleaning it. I said, oh, it look nice. He said, yeah. I said, well, listen, Pastor. I said, you know, my 9 months almost up now. He said, I know. I said, I know. He said, well, you got before more, ain't it? He said, well, just do your 4 more. He said, I promise you. When the time comes, I'll be more than happy to address any of your needs and concerns. You best to believe that. I said, yes, sir. He said, all right. And I got in the van and drove off. I think he know. If I decide to leave, whatever I decide to do, he gonna support it fully. Whatever it is, he gonna support me. And I'm doing this as to the glory of the Lord. Because I really appreciate him. You said, Bertrand, I wouldn't leave there after 9 months, but I'm gonna just seek God.
Mm-hmm.
And I do feel happy here. I'm happy here now. I wasn't happy before. But when he took me to that conference, he said, I want you to go with me to Missouri. And I said, yeah, I'm going. And he said, you ain't never seen nothing like this before. And when I went there, man, I understood the assignment. All of them doing the same thing. They go, their mission, their vision is 1,000, 1,000,000 addicts, praise the God, in one sanctuary.
Okay.
The vision is to get as many souls as you can before the end of the year. And the dream is 1,000,000 souls saved from drugs and alcohol by the grace of God.
Oh, that is so good.
You got a pin good.
Yeah. There's somebody in the back.
There is.
Oh.
Huh? Christy.
Wet. Yeah.
I think one of them been using. I can tell in his behavior. I'm finna pull him to the side and say, you been drinking anything? Or you been doing anything? Anything? Cause why? Your mouth twitching and you stumbling a little bit. You have opportunity to tell me now. Just tell me now.
Confess
I'm
your
gonna
sins.
sit down and talk to him when he get back.
Go ahead and confess your sins. Get it out before the Lord.
I said, you going to pee again? You going to pee again? He said, yes, somebody in the bathroom. No, you either been there, you been drinking, or you been smoking crack, one of the two. You been doing something because that mouth's moving.
Now, see, I was thinking about that. That is very tempting for people. So, what is it? What is keeping them off of drugs? So, if somebody come in that is straight from that life, let's say you that not you, but let's say somebody else that was from that life, that is an active drug user, and he picked them up from the store and take them back. What is causing them not to keep going? What is the detox
If
period?
they want to be here, they gonna go to detox if they're too bad when they first come, they're going to detox. But see, now I'm focusing on him because he said he had to pee. I don't think he back there peeing.
Okay, well,
Smoking crack.
okay, well, go ahead and check on that then, so you can run your house safely, and call me back.
No, he peeing, but I'm finna ask him if he been doing anything else. So I'm paying attention to his mannerism. They know I be on them, so they try to hold themselves together because they know I can catch them.
True.
But you good, you can keep talking. I'm just gonna watch his behavior while he was around me.
Oh.
If I pick up something, I'm gonna have to sit down in the counseling session. But it's no nothing. You dark serious.
You are so funny. That be so funny, and you be sounding so direct with it too. Yeah,
Yeah.
I got my landlord filed eviction on me today, and
On you in your room.
yeah,
On you in the room you stay in.
yeah, yeah, he filed it today. But I'm so glad the Lord don't let.
What you gonna do?
I ain't gonna do nothing. I'm gonna go to court. I told him, he only did that because I filed uh what you call it, a civil a code of what you call it, code enforcement complaint on him, and because he was letting people come in my room and do stuff they ain't had no business doing, and I was getting threatened and stuff, and so I had told him about it, and I had wrote the dates and times and took pictures and all that, and so when I presented it to him, he acted like he didn't care. So I called code enforcement because it's mold everywhere, and I called Easter one morning and told her one morning I just could not get up. I didn't wasn't coherent like myself at all, and it was some kind of gas film coming through the vent. So I called code enforcement because I was cleaning up for him, and none of the other rooms in this house is hooked up by the vents. No other vent in this house, only mine. So, and I know because all out of all rooms, I done been in every room cleaning up when people done moved out except for one. So I had told him about it, and I was like, I don't know what the gas is or whatever, but I'm paying attention, blah blah blah, and I had reminded him that he is under duty of care laws to maintain an effective environment. Because if anything happened, I told him I am the one to sue you. I will, no problem about it. So ever since then, we ain't been on good terms. So long story short, I called code enforcement because that was the first step in filing a complaint against him for mold and mold exposure and all of that. So I filed code enforcement. They have not came, or either they came when I was asleep or something like that, but I haven't seen them yet. So I guess he found out about that or whatever the other situation, or some other people. And I told him I called the police and made a report about my cameras being turned off, and then he went and filed for eviction today. So that's you knocking on my door. That's somebody knocking on yours.
Hurry up. You better not long enough. You got other people in this house that need to get in the shower. Hurry up. Let's not tarry. Hurry it up. You been in there since I've been outside. Now, thank you. Hurry up and come on up out of there. What you say?
So long story.
I'm on the phone. I'll leave it to you. Yeah, I'm listening to Chris. What you said?
Long story short, not nothing long. It's not working out here, and so Ketchup. I think Ketchup and my landlord is friends because Ketchup was supposed to pay my alimony through till April. Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing?
Everything catch up the way. That's the way you say it. And catch up.
He been paying it. Why else would he just not pay my alimony no more? And he been paying it faithfully since I moved in here. Since July of last year. Actually, August, the end of July. So why would you just not pay it anymore? Huh? Huh?
It might be some connections going on. He might have some connection.
I think they're friends. Cause when I told my landlord that, Ketchup stopped paying the alimony the next week. Literally, I told my landlord that, and Ketchup ain't give me no more alimony, and that's why my rent is behind. And he said he wasn't gonna wait until I got my money to pay it. So do what you gotta do. I was gonna move anyway. I just don't want to move with no eviction, huh?
Okay, so what kind of job you apply for?
I've been applying for today. These jobs on Blue Crew. It's this job that you could go to work for. It tells me to go to the orientation in the morning, but at the same time, it say that the job is on wait list. So I don't know what to do about it. It gave me a schedule to go to work, but then it say the job is waitlisted. So I really don't know what the deal is. But I applied for a job, and I've been applying for work, trying to get something to go to. So if I move somewhere, move to a hotel or something like that, I'll be all right.
You ain't got to do all of that.
I hear you.
You ain't got to do all of that. You just need to come up here and get yourself about a good, because you don't have to stay the whole 9 months. Just give yourself about a good 4, 5, 6 months till you're ready to save your money, because you're going to make some money. So save some money up and then branch off out here in Charlotte.
I hear
I'm
you.
telling you what to do. And I don't want you to get in a situation. You get in a situation and then you be like, oh Lord, I should have been on my. That way you ain't got to worry about it. If that job don't come through, I'll call that man and say, I'm ready to come on up there and get it over with. Then you have somewhere to stay. You ain't got to worry about being at no door. You'll be in a bed and nobody gonna disrespect you or treat you no any kind of way. For one, because you ain't gonna have it. But for two, he ain't gonna allow it. And for three, you my auntie. Do you know that speak volume here? Some people gonna be, oh, his wife ain't gonna, she gonna be excited. She gonna be, oh, where's she at? I'm trying to tell you, she gonna want to see you. Who that lady is? Where's auntie is? He gonna say his aunt. I just, it is, that's his aunt. His mama's sister. And how you doing? That's yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm. They're not disrespect her. Oh, that's Bruce ain't finna have that. Oh, Lord. Man, that say nothing crazy to that woman. Don't talk crazy about her or nothing. It's going down. They'll be on discipline to Jesus come.
Well, you
I'm
so
telling you, man,
silly. You are so.
he said, I put you on, he told this one boy, I put you on so much this when you ain't gonna be able to see. And I ain't gonna take you off so I don't know who you is no more.
Oh my God. I hate to see what his churn be doing.
That means the boy, oh, he got good children.
I believe it.
Thought it's a relative. Them people got their children. Their children, they got money. His daughter a relative and everything. And when she see you out there fundraising, she pay your whole goal and give you some overflow.
Aw.
Cause they be running around, they be like, and she run up on you, you run into her, she be like, how you doing? That's first lady doing, her name Charmaine. She said, so what your goal is? And he might say, 100. Well, here go you go, and he go 2 more 100 for your pocket. We appreciate everything you do.
Aw. That is so sweet.
We was raising money, they was raising money the other day at the concert, and they was taking in their office, because you know, at AME Baptist churches, they have quotas. They live, whoever wants to want to get a sign on. And all the $20, you know, they raise office like this. She gave 250.
But Bertrand, so that means that he's taking in on average $7,000 to $9,000 a day.
Yes.
That's uh 56. That is $49,000 a week.
Yes. And right now he got 20, almost 30 some people here.
Oh my Lord in heaven, Jesus Christ.
Yes.
Jesus Christ is fire.
You can do your own ministry. You heard what he said to you. You said, what was it again?
Child, he liked that name. I had to stop saying it too many times, but I'm already registered with the Internal Revenue Service. Yeah, he liked that name, child. He said, "What is that again?" Child, if he seen my plan, that man would love me. I got a whole business plan with tiny homes to go with it, and I modeled them myself, and made the own furniture to go in the inside, and made them with residual income, and gave them to eat. Huh?
That man will be done launched you into your own ministry.
Child, that I got a business plan already wrote with the supplier donation letters and everything. I have the whole thing already written out with the tiny home plans.
He'll launch you and say you can let him be your overseer. I promise you, and he'll launch you by yourself.
I got my whole thing already. And they wanted it in California, the church I went to, and I said no. They had told me that they had a grant, and the man said, I want you to pitch that to my church. He was like, you got the plan written now? And I said, yeah, and the market analysis. I got everything that you need to get it done. I did all the work to it. Not market analysis. That ain't the name I meant to say. I meant to say where you put the design and everything, and I put a thrift store in the community. So whereas y'all doing that, mine works in the thrift store. I got a thrift store, a high end thrift store, because you know I know about selling furniture. So I tied that into furniture. So instead of them working out doing what y'all doing, they work in my thrift store every day, getting furniture in, going picking up donations and all of that stuff, and you work there to pay for your rent, and then all the overhead go back into the community. So I'm paying for all of your stuff, and you do my program for 3 years, and you come out of there and go into home ownership. And so I'm building you. You work and get half of your money for working, and part of it go into your savings that you're gonna use to go towards your house. And everybody stay in their individual tiny homes. I don't want to stay with nobody else, so I didn't want nobody staying in nobody else's room. So you got your own tiny house, and they designed with my own furniture designs in there all the way through. You got security, all of that stuff, no drugs or alcohol, and it comes with your own transportation and your own curfew and all of that stuff. And I did the whole thing, put all the benefit packages together, and you got 8 different people that you see during the course of a month that help you in all areas of your life, your personal life, your spiritual life, your mental health, your physical, your finances, all of that. You got somebody that's assigned to you to help you get yourself to the next level. And you stay in the house by yourself. Your grocery and all that stuff is covered, and we take care of your bills with the donations and stuff that come in from the thrift store. So you get up to $5,000 a month, technically, in stipends and benefits by being in my program called CORE, and it's federally funded and private funded. And so all that money go back to the one location where you at. Every location takes care of itself. So whereas they taking donations, I take donations from the thrift store. Y'all take donations out in the public. So people actually come in I got a big, like a Goodwill. I drew it, and it's like a big thing, but it's like high end. And so you come in and shop, and instead of you going out taking people around, you would be going out picking up my different stuff. Where I say, go pick up this dresser from there, and go bring it back, and go pick up this, and go pick up that. I got men going out to do that, and that's how it worked. And so everything that sell, all that money go back into your community to pay your rent and everything else. And so everything is funded, and it's called CORE, Care Opportunity Restoration and Involvement. He said, I love it. I said, I know you do. I said, yes. He was like, what is that again? I said, Care Opportunity Restoration and Involvement. He said, I like that. I like that. I said, I know you do, Annie. It's CORE. I said, because nobody else, you can't get to the bottom of a drug and alcohol issue until you get to the bottom of what went wrong. No companies don't ask them people what went wrong, why. And when you get to the core of the matter, that's when healing come in. Cause God get to the heart of the matter. And he was like, yes, I was preaching a little bit. And he was like, I like that. I was like, I know you do, child. That's gonna be a winner right there. Everybody gonna want to be in that.
That's why he loved me. Because he said, your people, he talked about Easter too. He said, boy, your family smart. I said, we business people. I don't know what you, he said, oh, yes, all y'all come from the church. I said, mm-hmm.
Straight from there all day long. Get up. Lay prostrate.
He like the way I'm running it for him as like it's a program, and I'm following it. And when they come in, I do their searching. I put their stuff on the table. I search them. I have their blanket, their pillow. I do all the Minister Richard do all the intake, and I do the residential part.
I like to take people's stuff and branching on out and make it grow. I would just be simply. I would be if I was him with you. If I was you, I would tell him. I would say, Pastor Bruce, I've really been thinking about this, and I'm gonna be an asset to your ministry. And I think that the next thing that we need to do, because we could have way more people and get more money up in here to help the kingdom of God. And he would say, "All right, what you think, Bertrand?" I was like, "I done seen some land when we done been out, and we need to put some tiny homes on it." And get that man, he'll say, "Yeah," and Bertrand, they will donate the tiny homes to y'all, so you won't be paying no money at all. Only thing he will be paying for is the land. That's a good idea, and they is definitely they took my idea in California, Bertrand. The mayor did. I took it to the city council, and they said they liked it, and I gave them my plan. Huh?
What is tiny homes?
You ain't never heard of tiny homes? Okay, tiny homes is about the size of a motel room, a little bit bigger. It could be any size, but mainly they be about 400 square feet, and it's a whole house. But it's a tiny house because it's smaller than an apartment, but it's not big as a house. But it is a house because they put everything in a room, and they're in style now. Everybody got them. You could Google them. So you take the tiny homes and you build them in a community just like a housing community, but they're tiny homes, so they're small. So they're gonna look like the storage units in the back of Lowe's. That's what they kind of look like. They're big like that. Them big barns kind that be outside of Home Depot, they look like that. But they houses that people actually live in. So you get those and they cheap. Huh? Yeah, they cheap and they yeah, they cheap and they cost effective, but they bring in a lot of money because they stylish, they look modern, and they cost effective. And you could give people their own place to live for the amount of money that he paying now. So instead of them saying we paying $75 a day, you got your own place to live. I could go up to $150 a day. Those are paying for themselves. You understand what I'm saying? And then because that person they got their own place to live in there, and everything, and he have more people because on one 2 acre lot you could get by 8 of them, 9 of them, depending on how close you put them together. Then depending on how it's made, you could get a good bit on them. So imagine if you had a nice little lot, you could get you about 4 of them. The next lot, depending on where you at in North Carolina, get you a few acres and put them out there. You can make a lot of money off of that. And the key to that is to put a store with it, a thrift store, a donation box. So you selling stuff on the weekend so they can make more money. They ain't just making the money to pay their rent. They actually making money now to go in their pocket and to take care of themselves and to go in savings so that when they get out of the program, when it completes itself, then we got money to put down for us a new house or a place to live. And you got job security. That's why you working there. So you done been there all that time building your income and building your job. So when you get to apply for the bank, you already gonna get approved. You done had the job. You done made enough money. You done made your down payment. We into somebody that help you with home loans and mortgage loans. We done help you get off drugs. We done help you build yourself. We done help you repair bridges with your family. This is what CORE is doing. It's working on your whole self, putting your entire self back together, reunifying people with their kids. A lot of people on drugs because they done lost their kids. So this is getting into the court system. That's what CORE is. It's a little more involved with the courts so that people have a complete restored background. We can come out of there and we can get some stuff expunged. We can get some stuff, get you set up so that you really on your way to success. Like you have done great for 4 months. So at 9 months, you will be awesome. So you, instead of saying what I'm going to do, we going to go ahead and put you in your next step. This is where you're going to be living for another year in your tiny house. And once you live in your tiny house for a year, we're going to help you start paying rent, getting adjusted. And we got grants coming in to help that. And then once you live here for a year, we're going to take you to your next step and you in home ownership. This way, the person is not coming out of a program and falling back into a potential cycle because they don't know what they're going to do. They may think, okay, I'm not on drugs. I can handle freedom and go out and fall. This way in CORE, we're keeping you balanced all the way through to self-sufficiency. So in this time, you'll graduate from this phase. Huh?
When you say So you think after my 9 months I should stay here in La Mama?
Ain't got nothing else to do. You have nothing else to do, and you don't have any kids. And there's nothing for you, absolutely nothing for you but trouble in Augusta, Georgia. Nothing. You should be in Augusta no longer than it take to pee, and back on where you going. It is nothing down there for you but trouble and drama and bad memories. Nothing. It's triggerish for you down there, and North Carolina is where you seem to gravitate better. It's big. It's a lot to do down there, and all you need is a connection. You're not good alone. So if you had a family support system or somebody to help you feel, feel all the areas of your life, that's where you need to stay. But to come back down to Augusta where you're not going to have nothing, this family doesn't offer that type of support. It's no need in trying to make it happen. It's not there. It ain't going to be there. So accept what you have and move on with your life so that you can have something to give to your brothers and brothers and mom when God puts them back in your life where you can help them. But right now, do it for yourself, and then consider getting yourself in a position where you could get your brother, because Albert can come out of jail. And if Albert come out of jail, maybe you can help put him somewhere and be his overseer, get his little money and help him out. And that's your brother. Then move forward to the next thing, and then you could be the bridge and helping somebody else. But for right now, no, it's nothing for you in Augusta, Georgia, and it's nothing for you anywhere else but trouble. You're in a good place where they providing for you and you look amazing. And you need to stay there and let God use you until he puts you in a better position. But expect to go higher from where you are. You're getting these leadership skills. You're getting skills in accountability. You're getting management skills. You're getting pastoral skills. You're getting all type of skills. You're gaining responsibility. And everybody needs those accolades that make them feel good about themselves. So stay where you're being planted. Don't get up out of that because you got a few months under your belt. Get some time under your belt. So when you go to apply for a good job, this is going to count. You're in a management position. Stay there. Get some time. So when you do go branch off and say, I'm going to apply, you're awesome at getting jobs. When you leave from this job, this will put you in a position to get wonderful jobs in a position where you're in a better leadership role. Doesn't matter. They don't have to know that. They don't have to know that when you get and apply for a job. You could be done did this as an intern. He can put you in any kind of way. And he can document this legally in any kind of way for you being there. So look at it too as this is giving you housing, that stability. You could get your own apartment and have a legitimate place of residency. You're building employment skills that you're gonna need, and because you can go and say, I could run any business after doing that. Why? Because you're counting money and you're receiving money, you turning it in, you're doing calculation, you're doing accounting paperwork, you bookkeeping, you running a house, you over inventory, you're doing all of that. You're making good decisions. So stay in that area where you're being planted, where God is blooming you. Your personality is even changing. You don't even normally wouldn't have a personality that can be there that long. So he's put you in this position because he saw those skills in you that Bertrand need to, okay, if I give him some leadership, he'll stay. If I let him make some decisions, he'll stay because I see that in him. So stay where he's seen the potential in you, and that potential is causing you to move forward. If you go back anywhere else, nobody else is going to give you what he's giving you in terms of how you're feeling and what's going on with you. Nobody else is going to give you that. Not a job, not all of what he's giving you. So stay there until God puts. Huh?
So you think he see that?
Like Ray Charles?
Yeah.
Yeah, a blind man can see that. You're thriving. You have never done so well. I had to stop myself from talking to him about it because I said he doesn't, he know him like that, but I don't want to mention your old self. But no, so I had to just keep it on the praise level. But no, if we was just talking to me, you and family like that, Bertrand ain't never been nowhere this long and doing this good and actually is on time and all of this stuff. You're doing great. You're doing great. And your personality, even the way even the way that
Telling
you
him that?
huh?
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 You was telling him that?
I told him I think a few times that you're doing awesome and that you love it there. I said Bertrand loves it. He has told me every single detail about your program. He's in love with it. He said, "Okay." He was laughing about it. But yeah, you are doing awesome. I'm not mad at you in one bit. I want you to do wonderful things and let God use you and take you on into the next level that he has for you. I do. And I'm
You
praying.
told him my nephew in love with your program.
I probably didn't use those exact words. Then again, I probably did. But I know I told him for sure that Bertrand loves it, and he has told me every single detail about it. I told him that let me kind of just hear it from you, and I said, but he is in love with it, and he thinks it is awesome. So I said he is doing awesome there. Like so he was like just laughing and listening to me, but everybody know, even when I told Gwanda, she was like, yeah, I know. I said Bertrand is doing amazing, and she said, yeah, I know. He told me. So everybody's like glad. I hadn't talked to Easter, but I know that if I did, she would say the same thing. You're not calling, you're not in the street, you're not, moving around, you're not disgruntled, you're not angry. You're processing and you sound really well. You ain't even worried about your mama. You don't be problematic no more. When I call, you have not, in the last like 5 or 6 times I call, you have not been problematic. Like, oh my God, let me tell you about this. And I told him, you're evolving. You're not even that person anymore. You be sounding like I'm on it. And like, even when you said just now, come on out of the bathroom, we're not going to tarry. It was funny. It was not even like argumentative where somebody would want to come out there and be like, who you talking to? It wasn't. It was really funny. We ain't going to tarry. You know, you sound funny. It's hilarious. So you're doing really, really, really good. You really are. You're doing really good. Everybody in the family would be proud of you. Everybody. I think Vonna would be if she was talking to you too. I don't know really what's going on with her, but if she was talking to you, she would be really proud of you too.
Hold on a minute. Hold on. Don't just hang up. Hold on, okay?
All right. Don't call her Bertrand.
You heard me?
Yeah.
Huh? Y'all cool. Didn't I tell you the whole... Just hold on. Can you be obedient?
Yes, I'll be obedient.
Do you know the definition of obedient?
Yes, I do.
What the Lord said about obedience, Auntie?
Obedience is better than sacrifice.
And then tell the Lord I'm going to obey because I don't want no sacrifice.
I'm obey.
Hold on, don't hang up.
All right. Yes.
Okay, what you saying now?
Who you call?
Nobody.
Oh.
I don't have no more. I had a phone call on the other side. But yeah, at the end of the day, I love it. You know, I got a good understanding as to what's going on. And I get in tune with the Lord. I feel the Spirit of God. And I feel Him working in my life. And I thank Him for everything He do for me. Because He told me, He said, when you go back this time, you're going to sit still. And I said, yes, Lord. I cried all the way here. I said, oh, Lord, I don't want to do that. He said, just because you don't want to do it, I'm going to make you do it. He said, because it's working for your good. You know, you go out there and talk to the people every day. He said, you got to have faith to believe that you're going to meet this goal. Not faith in the people, but faith in me. And if you trust me like you say you trust me, I shall provide. I've been here 4 months and ain't never missed my goal. And I run a van. Well, ever since I've been period in the ministry, period. Talking on for 3 years, I've never missed my ministry, my goal. But since I've been a team leader for 2 months, and I've been in the program now consecutive 4 months, I have been running that team for 2 months and ain't missed my goal not. Well, a little longer than 2 months. I ain't missed my goal not now day. And I run this apartment and everything. And I make sure 5 more people behind me get theirs. We went to Chipotle today.
Mhm.
My team and I, we go out to eat now. What I do, I motivate them so good, they go out and they go in, they get a little overflow. We go sit down and eat and fellowship.
I'm so proud of you. That sounds so good. It do. That sounds so nice that you're doing that. You're instilling in them rewards for doing what they what they should do, and you're giving them support. That when they do work and they did good, they get a reward, and you're doing that, and to let them know that you there. That's a wonderful leadership quality, and you should give yourself a pat on the back. You're doing an awesome job. I'm telling you from the bottom of my heart, I think you're doing really good. Really are.
I train them all. I done taught them all how to not complain. When they feel like they're having a bad day, I tell everybody to step up. I deal with them each individually. See, and I observe them. I notice personality traits, disorders, everything. And so in my room, I have a sign on my door that says, knock, please do not. It says something about knock, and please knock, and I will gladly open the door. Please feel free to knock on my door. I will gladly open it. I do get tired at times. I do need my rest as well, but just know I'm also here for you. I love you, house leader. And so they'll come in, and when they come in, the Lord told me to go downstairs. She said, get this white bench right here. It's a white, like a bar stool, but it got a cushion on it. And it matched my room. I put it in the corner. And I said, okay, Lord. He said, whenever you bring one of them in here and counsel them, I want you to sit them in that chair. She said, you get a piece of paper and put counseling session in progress. Please do not disturb. And you did with each one of them on a different level.
Very good.
And that's what I do. So when one of them have a problem and they're having a bad day or something, I call them in my room and I say, have a seat. I said, what's going on? Let's get to the root. What's the problem? And they'll talk to me. You'd be so surprised, Aunt Chrissy. They come in and let out all the emotions. They be crying. Just, I want to see my family, man. I'm not just, I don't understand why I can't see my family. I said, well, the program is a 9-month program. I said, you haven't been here but a month. I said, normally, typically, we allow you to do 90 days before we give you a pass to go visit. And normally the pass is 24 hours.
Can their family come see them now or meet them somewhere?
Yeah, they come here.
Okay.
They can come here. They can come to a Bible study. They do an initial interview with the administrator, and the administrator will set up a date and time for them to arrive. And when they arrive, it has to be on the morning of a Bible study. And when it's the morning of a Bible study, the pastor will come in and meet with them, and then he'll take them in the office and get to know them and and talk to them about you and your progress and how you're doing in the program. And then he'll go ahead and say, okay, your pass has been granted, be it 24, 48, or 72 hours.
Okay.
After 90 days, he typically give you a 24-hour pass.
That's good.
Yeah, or he might tell me just pay your goal and then go on your pass. So if your goal is $75 and you want to go for 2 days, go ahead and pay your $75 for them 2 days. And have a good day.
Have a good day.
Right? Like me. Do you not think if I wanted to come down there or do anything right now as far as a pass I couldn't do it?
He probably will let you go to the moon and back.
That man let me go wherever I want to go. Wherever I want to go. He told me to tell them if they don't, he said take that chicken over there and put that chicken where you know it's supposed to go. He said and tell them I said if any one of them say one word he don't this one. You know how they look to me and Christy?
That part.
The man said the white man was standing talking and the black man, two of these men came behind me in my house. They said, listen man, I said, what did he do? So they said, well he said give us just 2 bags. Three bags over here, 2 of them going out of the freezer. I said, and they said, hey, what go over here to that Mexican? I said, look in the cooler, how many you see? He said 3. I said, in that order. I said, since you telling me what he told you, let me clarify what was said to me, because apparently you don't understand. I said, tell him what Pastor said. They said, he told us to tell you if you keep talking, everybody in this house gonna be on this. He said, have a good night, Bertrand. I said, you do the same in that order. And I walked out. I said, you have a good night. And I said, well, I'll get the back. And he told me, he said, I don't want you to get out of your character. He said, you don't do that. He said, stay in character. You don't want to do what you say. He said, the next time we have Bible time, he said, I apologize. You've been calling me a lot and having a lot of issues and you've been handling them on your own. He said, well, I'm off now. I had enough breaks. Because he been gone. He take breaks and when he goes, he be gone for 2 weeks and stuff. So it's kind of hard to get him. Or once he do come back, if I don't know to him, he's like, you know, I want to be home with her. Or whatever. I said, this is the spirit. I told her a long time ago. He said, he said, but nevertheless, he said, I'm just letting you know I'll be afraid. He said, just go ahead and dress myself now. Like you used to do it. I'm dressed and stuff so I can go ahead and get in the book right now. And I said, yeah, because these people be trying to book up there. And I don't want to have to get my flesh. That's what he said, man, I tell you what. He said, put it this way. He said, I don't want them niggas put their hands on you. I got something for them. And it ain't no candy. You better believe that. He said, you got me scared of that one of them now. He said, if one of them will bet you, you let me know. He said, I don't want to put their hands on you. They're going to wish they had them. Last thing, oh, look at the Lord. I started crying when he said that. He said, because I know what you're going through. He said, I know you ain't used to deal with this kind of voice. He said, but that's why I've been pastor. I've been shepherd. He said, I pull them, you know, right on back in when they say getting high. He said, they wasn't no gangsters when they was out there doing that crack. And smoking that crack, they wasn't being invited. She said, how dare they come to the house of God trying to be a gangster up in here? He said, we ain't having that. Ain't no gangsters here. He said, I'm the one on their level. You hear me?
Yeah.
You there?
Yeah. I hear you just fine.
Well, why you ain't responding? You don't
I don't know how my phone went to mute. I've been in here the whole time. I'm right here.
You got it on mute because you don't want me to hear what you got going on.
I have nothing going on. I'm right here. I'm not doing nothing. I was hearing everything you said. You said you were so happy that he did that and said that, and he told them men they say anything. There ain't gonna be no candy.
No, he said that they put their hands on me in here.
Right.
He said that every one of them niggas put their hands on you. I got something for them. So it ain't no candy.
Mm-hmm.
He said, you better believe that. He said, I mean every word I said. I said, you do? He said, did you hear what I said? He said, you ain't gotta be scared of nobody come through them doors. Don't care how big and small they think they is. He said, they put their hands on you, they gonna have a major problem on their hand with me.
Problem. I said problem.
Yeah, because you know that man ain't finna have that. And if I run this house for him, and all that man come over here and probably bust one of them people in their head. He don't care. That man, he's nice. He's sweet, but he got nothing side of him. He come from the streets. And if they get crunk up in here, that man come through here. He be 100 miles. He come need the money at? He said, you ain't finna come up in my house and act like you running nothing. This is a program.
Mm-hmm.
And he come over there and let him know this is my house. I put him in there. You got a problem? No, sir. Okay, sit your behind down and you can pack your stuff to get up out of here. What's your problem? Who you think you're talking to? That's how he do. He said, matter of fact, I don't like the way you looking out. Yeah, it's over. Who you think you're talking to? He told one man, you said what? That man told him, man, who you talking to? He said, I'm talking to you, man. You're in my house. He said, what's your problem? He said, what he asked you to do? Because the man had some weed in here. He wouldn't give it to me. So I ain't giving you nothing. I said, well, you finna get out of here.
He thought he was gonna be in there with it.
Yeah, because I asked him when he came in, I said, you ain't got no reefer? He said, well, I keep smelling it, man. I said, I don't do drugs, bro. I said, you ain't bringing no alcohol and drugs up in here. Trying to poison these people. I said, that's what they're trying to get delivered. I said, you either give me the weed or you got to go. I said, now you either hear it from my mouth or you want to hear it from the shepherd's mouth. I said, he gonna tell you the same thing I'm telling you. He said, what's that? I said, you got to go if you don't give me that weed. He said, what if I don't give you? I said, well, go upstairs. He said, what if I don't give it to you? I said, you might as well get the packing now, bro. And so he said, all right, well, call the pastor. So I called the pastor, get the pastor and said, let me speak to him. So he said, man, what's wrong with you? Who you think you're playing with? When you playing the kind of games here, I don't know what your mind's telling you to do. He said, man, you better listen to what I'm telling you. Turn that weed over. Give it to him right now. Ain't nobody here to play with you, man. He said, this ain't no trap house. Give that man that weed or you can go ahead and get out of my house or do I have to come over there and snatch you out?
Mm.
He was like, I give it to him. He said, well, give it to him then. If he asks you to give it to him, what's your problem? So then I got he said, let me speak to him. So I said, yes, sir. He said, did he give it to me? He said, did he give it to you? I said, no. I think that man been drinking. He said, I'm gonna have to call him. Yeah, because I need to find out why he keep peeing. He done peed 3 times tonight. He might have some alcohol.
All right, then.
I love you. Text me tomorrow sometime or call me tomorrow when I'm in the field. I'll be able to talk. You know, I have breaks whenever I get ready. I ride the band and just spend some time in the band.
Okay. All right, you got it.
All right, I love you.
All right, love you too.
Keep this place in your mind and your heart and your prayers now. We here if you need us now.
Okay.
Don't be, you listening to me while you trying to help get off the phone.
I am listening to you while you're on the phone.
Won't be something that you ain't got nowhere to go. If the man told you to come, you come up here.
Okay.
So keep it in the as a backup plan at least. If things don't go where you feel like they're going, just so I'm going up there to Charlotte and do what I got to do for a couple of months. It ain't no permanent thing if you don't want it to be, but at least you ain't gonna be in no street and you can stay here for free.
Okay.
So just keep it in your mind. I mean, if ain't nothing else work, then you can come here. Mama was thinking about coming one point in time too.
Okay. She doing all right though when you talk to her?
Yeah, the woman that I ain't talked to her on the phone, but she texts me in the email, all capital letters.
Okay.
But she all right. She in Kentucky, so she doing fine. She like everywhere in the breathing. She got it.
All right.
All right, love you. I'm going to pray for you tonight that all go well with you. I'm going to render up to heaven for you tonight before I go to bed. I'm ask the Lord to move for you.
All right. Thank you, babe. Have a good night. I'm proud of you.
All right, thank you. Love you too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. could mess up this chicken.